What's up, everybody? If you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. But we're going to be getting into the topic here, joined by Game Changer. We're going to be getting into the topic. Corey Holcomb basically came out and explained why he has no respect for Fresh and Fit, but the reason why you might be surprised about it. Corey Holcomb, who's been a critic of black women almost to the degree of Tommy Sotomayor, has literally came out and said, if you don't mess with or date black women, I got no respect for you. That's that's what he said. So we about to break that down. We about to get into that. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome aboard. Hit the like button and all of that good stuff. Shout out to, I normally say the early bird squad, but we ain't coming on early today doing an afternoon show. But those that made it in, still early relative to the show. Shout out to Snuggles. Shout out to Snazzy Samurai. That's an interesting name. Shout out to you. Everon McKay. Shout out to you. Corey, top 5 DOA in comedy. Top 5. What does DOA mean, Game Changer?
I only know about Dead on Arrival. I don't know what DOA in this context means.
Top 5 DOA. I think it means like top 5 greatest of all time. Okay. Corey went full beta. Yeah, we gonna get into that. Corey Holcomb, who I always viewed as an anti-simp. He went full blown. And look, I said we can't play the Jesse Lee Peterson no more because the recent findings. But I just got beta. All right. Now I don't even want to feel that way about oh, Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive. Okay, Corey Holcomb, top 5 Dead or Alive. As far as just a shit talking comedian, I can give him that. A comedian who just good at just talking shit. All right. I give him that. I'll give him that. I don't know if his jokes are solid like that. Like Dave Chappelle and Chris Rock will take you on a whole ride for the whole show. It's certain comedians who do that. They just paint a picture. So I mean, I can't just say top 5 because just considering all the greats. But if I was just a natural born raw shit talker, oh yeah, he's definitely up there with that. But shout out to everybody in the building. I'm trying to shout out those that make it in. Uneducated lame always in the building. Long tongue son, long tongue son. That sound like a chick you met in the Philippines. Game changer. All right. Anyway, that's a corny joke. That was corny. But shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to Shannon Rawls in the building. Says, "Yo, what up, my soldier?" And salute to the chat and the folks who spoke to me. Just tapping in to the convo. C/hear another great discussion. Hoorah! All right, we about to get into this. Somebody already alluded to it. The notion that Corey Holcomb went full simp mode. I don't know what to call it, but Game Changer haven't seen what we're about to be talking about today. But just to give a little pre-story to just get his pre-reaction before we roll the not so beautiful bean footage. Basically, on Corey Holcomb's video podcast, internet TV show, whatever it is, it looked like he upped the quality finally because he used to, his screen, his just stuff used to look real ashy, but he finally said, "Okay, I'm gonna do something to my production." The show's looking good, but but he basically said Fresh and Fit came up. Well, Fresh and Fit, came up as a topic. They wasn't on the show, and more or less, he pretty much said, "Are those two dudes who said they don't mess with black women?" He said, "I got no respect for him. I got no respect." He's basically said, any man, he didn't even say any black man. He said, any man who say he don't mess with black women, they can't say nothing to me. I got nothing to say to him. I got no respect for him. Corey Holcomb, as I'm going to reference this plenty of times in the show before I pass the Game Changer, he's quoted as saying, when you dealing with these raggedy bitches, he said, sometimes, talking about your baby mama, he says sometimes to even out the playing field for all the stuff that she gonna have, on you legally, have you all ran through the system. He was quoted as saying, sometimes you got to sprinkle a little dope in the back of the baby stroller and get the people on her to even out the odds. So somebody who says something like that when it comes to dealing with black women, but to have that much of a problem with somebody who says, I don't want to deal with black women. I find that fascinating, but we're about to get into that. So go ahead, Game Changer. Before we roll the not so beautiful bean footage, let me know your thoughts. on the setup so far.
Okay, so when we talked about it in the back, you presented it kind of different. And actually, the way you present it now, and I haven't seen it like you said, but the way you present it now, I agree with Corey. I don't know how much I could rock with somebody who, listen, if he was saying that a man should only deal with black women, then I'd say, nah, fuck that, because you're eliminating 87% of the mating pool. But if he's against Fresh and Fit because they say that I don't deal with black women, then it's like, all right, that's somewhat fair, because I don't think that you should completely omit the group, but I do think that they should be at least allowed for judgment on an individual basis.
I do agree with that. Okay. I agree with individual judgment. That's why I disagree with. I respect Fresh and Fit's right to mess with whoever the hell they want to mess with. That, like, I can care less. And I have a serious problem when somebody is saying, when somebody does something to try to limit somebody's options.
Exactly.
I got a problem with that, because I believe, we live in America. It's a melting pot. I do care that there be more black families intact, because that's better for young black boys to be raised by black men and grow up and become better men. So I'm all for that, but I'm not about putting a ball and chain on a black man's ankle. I'm not about that.
No. And if Fresh and
but
Fit
hold on,
saying,
but I got the feeling that Corey Holcomb was doing that. I got that he was more ball and chain with it.
Yeah, now that I can't agree with. But I mean, if
Well,
he's saying that Fresh and Fit was being ball and chain by eliminating them, then because that's a smaller ball, but it's still a chain. You're still restricting yourself to 87% of the American population. And let's face it, man, we're not in a position to limit much at all.
okay, all right. So with that said, we're gonna go to the not so beautiful bean footage. We're gonna go to the not so beautiful bean footage and then break this down and talk about it. I think we got it from the beginning right here. Hold up, makes that a little louder. All right.
Yeah,
Shit, I
I
need
don't
to
know,
take a
man.
swim, nigga. That
Corey, what you think about Fresh and Fit podcast? I think I heard of that. Who is that?
Now, right now, I think he's pretending like he don't know who they are because he's going to end up knowing a lot about them later in the show. So that's something that
Yeah.
people do. That's like the sideways hate. Who is that? Oh, Doomnik. Oh, yeah. I think I know you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What's her name? I covered that just now. Melanie King. She was saying, oh, what nuclear physicist on whose show? Whose show is that? It's the prettier chick with better tits than yours show. That's who that was, Melanie King. It's the younger, hotter, sexier, childless version of you, the one that you're trying to copy. You know who that is. Stop pretending.
Okay. Two things there. One, I'm not as convinced that what's her name?
Melanie Monaco.
Melody Monaco is more attractive than Melanie King.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Melanie Monaco is better than Melanie King in every way physically. Just by virtue of being younger and knowing that she doesn't have a thrice stretched vagina means that she's better. The accent is better. She has more biteable face cheeks than Melanie King. Yes, she is hotter.
Huh. Okay. I'll let you.
What trait? What aspect? What do Melanie King have that Melanie Monaco don't have better of?
When I just glance at one and glance at the other, my eyes tell me that Melanie King is better looking, but I'm personally not that invested in which one looked better,
No, but they are. They
Who is
are. And
the two women?
both
Well, the
Melanie
more
King.
okay, hold on. The more important story here is, even though this ain't the story we covering, but Melanie King is he said Bernard likes MILFs. Okay. I didn't know Melanie King was over 40 until somebody told me. Listen, I ain't tripping over either one of them. I mean, they both attractive, but Melanie King is, if I understand it right, she's now still in. I thought she was doing like what Kendra G do, but I think she's doing what Melanie. I think she's doing what Melanie Monaco does. I think she's doing the same show.
Yeah,
so
she
copied
pretended like she didn't know her.
That's the more important issue. She stole her shit and then pretending like she don't know who she is.
Mhm.
That's like shout out to ARC. That's like alpha male strategies, pretended like he didn't know who ARC was when, as a lot of people said that it looked, he wholesale lifted a lot of stuff from the possibility of sex. But anyway, so that's a side note story. I mean, hell, they steal the manosphere shit, they steal each other's shit, they just be taking shit. But anyway, good for them. They're doing great. Back to it. So anyway, Corey Holcomb pretending like he don't know who they is. So all right. That's the subtle shade that people do. All right.
And Fit podcast. I think I heard of that. Who is that?
Shit.
I've heard that too.
Some podcast. I think they out of Florida. They be having a lot of bitches on their podcast, and they got into it with another podcast over something, and they showed up, and I guess they were supposed to fight, and the Fresh and Fit niggas didn't fight. Something that was weird, something goofy, They got a decent show though.
I ain't up on them. Is it a light skinned dude and a dark skinned dude?
Yeah, I think so.
And they say they don't. Don't the people? Are those the guys that say they don't fuck with black women?
I think.
I don't know who they are, but are any guys with all these attributes? With all these attributes that I'm aware of?
Light skinned and dark skinned guy don't fuck with. Wait a minute, is that them? Yeah, exactly. That was very, very precise. And something about a fight some months ago is like, yeah, something goofy. in great details. Something goofy. So basically, right now we're at the point where I don't know these niggas, but I'm gonna throw shade. I'm gonna call them goofy.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder, do people like him? Because I mean, he's famous outside of YouTube. He got like 250,000 subs. I wonder, do they feel some type of way when somebody who was just a relatively unknown, no, literally unknown 2 years ago, be sitting on 850,000 subs and they started with no fame? I don't. I bet people like Corey Holcomb do sometimes be like, God damn, here I am, was a somewhat famous comedian. I'm trying to do this video podcast and shit, and some corny niggas out of nowhere just done surpassed the hell out of me. So they pray that. I think that's where the shade coming from. But either way, it's is what it is. Is what it is. People throw shade. We was talking about that off the air, the amount of shade and crab in the barrel shit that people do. But anyway,
Well, black people throw too much shade. That's why we're dark. Like, I mean, we're so used to shade that we have darker skin. Like, I never see a group of people throw more shade at each other than black people. Let's
yeah,
face it.
yeah. And this ain't hating on Corey Holcomb. He's still one of the funniest shit talking comedians out there. He's still Corey Holcomb is that dude. Corey Holcomb is that dude. If the he's out of all the comedians. Okay, Chris Rock say a lot of red pill stuff. Dave Chappelle have a little bit, but Corey Holcomb, he's I mean, him and Tommy Sotomayor got into it because I think Tommy Sotomayor was claiming Corey Holcomb was stealing his shit. But that just speaks to the volume that Corey Holcomb, he speaks our language. I'll just say that about him. He definitely he speaks manosphere very well. But so Corey Holcomb is that dude. But he
Well, no,
was
I mean, I don't like what you're doing. It is not in Tommy Sotomayor's, or excuse me, Mr. Sotomayor's character to hate on somebody that becomes bigger than him. It's not. He would never do anything like that. That is something that he most certainly does not do, ever, because he's bigger than that. He don't watch somebody and once they become big, hate on them and try to use that hatred as clout for his own shit. He is way above that. We're talking about Mr. Sotomayor here.
um sarcasm for 500, Stu. All right.
They do say that, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, I see. But see, like when you do shit like that, like, see, we talk about women, but we talk about the wretched women.
Right.
But when you a motherfucking man and you say you don't fuck with black women, then you a fuck nigga to me. Like, how the fuck can I respect you and you say my mama black, nigga?
Oh, I remember these niggas. Yeah.
You don't fuck with black women, I can't fuck with you.
Yeah.
If that
All right.
Okay, yeah. So I take back what I was saying before. So what he's doing now is they take sisterhood talking points just to go against somebody that they feel threatened by. And then he obviously feels threatened by Fresh and Fit. He said "My Mama Black," which is, their tagline. Your mama black. Well, but what if your mama is ratchet? Like, he's. I mean, to a certain extent, I get Fresh and Fit to the extent that there is a higher concentration of ratchetness in the black community and amongst black women. And when I say higher concentration, I mean like a extraordinarily amount, kind of like Raisin Bran has a higher concentration of raisin than Fruit Loops. It's kind of like that. It's a ridiculously high concentration.
All right. There's a case that can be made. And this is where, this is where I'm at with it. Like I said earlier in the show, okay? It would be a great thing if black men and black women did get along better and had more nuclear intact families. I am all for that. I am with that. I'm about it. Corey Holcomb is not making a good case here. He is not making a good case for it by just basically doing the like that is the sisterhood strag talking point. Your mama black. See, what it comes down to right there is the product that is black women. There's no concern of that product being improved. All right. There's no talk of the product being improved. It's like he basically said we talk about these raggedy ratchet bitches, but if you say you don't mess with black women, my mama black. So he's basically saying the raggediness is something that you need to accept on the basis that she black, you black, our mama's black, we all black, we blackity black, we black, yeah. So we in this raggediness together. He's basically saying it like there's like I'm okay with somebody saying that, hey, we need to figure this out, we need to work this out, if they are concerned about fixing or improving the overall product.
Right.
Like that's a decent conversation. But as this one go on, well, he's already gave like the bullet points and cliff notes to it. Like it was basically like it's going to come off as a nigga, just deal with it. That's what it's going to come off as.
Okay, I see where you're going.
Well, hold on. I'm giving you haven't seen it. I've seen it, so I'm gonna play some more before we get into that. I got ahead of myself, so let's go.
That's who the people are.
Right.
If you say, oh, we don't fuck with black bitches, because I think that's them niggas.
Right.
You a cake ass nigga to me.
I agree.
You a mark ass nigga. I can't fuck with you for real. I don't give a fuck if you get mad at me. I'm just saying, like, that might start some shit, but I'm that nigga. I think I saw the nigga, he had a gun on a nigga.
Did he?
That was by his house.
Okay. He keep knowing more details about these people that he don't know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, by the way, I think he was wearing a red shirt with blue buttons on. I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, light-skinned dude. He got a hairline, but with nothing behind the line. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
You said he got a hairline with nothing behind the line.
Nah, I'm joking. Myron, we cool, brother. We cool.
Hey, it be like that with some dudes. I don't know how they go bald everywhere else except for on the hairline, but whatever they got right there, they line that shit up, and it just be looking like the rest of they shit. They pulling up on the scene with their ceiling missing, but they somehow still got a sharp hairline. They got a crispy ass hairline, but bald everywhere else. I mean, that's
he got a natural visor, like right there, yeah. No, but good news for him is that he's tall enough to where he could walk up to a 5'9" chick and she not know.
Yeah, I think
she probably never figured out till he get on one knee to propose. Like.
Oh man. All right, let's go.
That's crazy.
Or some nigga, he was in an argument with a nigga, and the nigga just had the gun out.
Oh, one of the niggas used to be a cop?
Yeah, that's them.
God damn. Like, yeah, that's them.
Like, you know who they are. Like,
exactly.
The shade is too strong now.
He is strong with this one.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
You know who the hell they are. He's given like 6 very defining attributes. Very defining attributes.
His old occupation and everything. Like,
Yeah. If somebody put it like this, I've been listening to, I'm just throwing out a random person, but Minister Jap. I've been listening to Minister Jap, I don't know, a few years. If I had to reel off 6 attributes about it, I don't know if I could reel off that much stuff. Fast.
Exactly.
About what did he do before he was doing YouTube? No, I couldn't reel off that much information about Minister Jap. Is what he just reeled off about some people who he allegedly don't know about.
Yeah, exactly. That's like somebody saying, I don't watch Star Wars, but ain't that show with, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Anakin is his name, and his mother's name is Smee, and he grew up on Tatooine, and he used to be a slave. Like, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Yoda trained him. Oh yeah, and didn't his son grow up and kill him or something like that? Like, come on now.
Yeah, I ain't never seen Star Wars. Show. I ain't never seen Star Wars though.
But I ain't never seen that. I don't watch that shit.
All right.
And them, I can't respect no niggas who motherfuckers say, I don't fuck with black women. No, nigga, hell no. All these wretched ass bitches out here. I can see if he say, all women do wretched shit, then let me get this right. You can't single out the black women and expect me to respect you as a man. Like, if I saw them niggas, I probably would try to go the other way because I wouldn't want to speak to a nigga who say some shit like that.
Right.
Okay, now here's the thing. On his show, he singles out black women.
Okay,
Like, he don't.
and I'm not making this up. You know, I'm not throwing shade. I actually don't watch his show, but I don't really watch Fresh and Fit either. So,
Well, when you think Corey Holcomb, one, he's a comedian. He gives some good social commentary on black stuff and makes some jokes about it. But a big part of what he do is clown black women. And Tommy Sotomayor esque, I don't even know what the word is, type of way.
so he says it in now. Does he say ratchet women or does he say black women?
These raggedy bitches, and these raggedy bitches in most cases mean black women. Now he could, okay, he don't take the time to say the percentage of black women that happen to be of the ratchet variety of black women. He don't take the time to say that. He just be like, these black bitches. So I mean,
No, well, okay. Here's my stance. I do understand that a person should ignore the ratchet bitches more so than the not ratchet bitches, like, or more so than the race. However, a person should tread on the fact that there is a higher concentration of ratchet bitches in that particular cohort. Like, don't you should never really forget that. You should never really forget that. Like, if you're in the military, you should look for landmines everywhere, but you should know that there is a more likely, a higher concentration of landmines in the sand. I don't know. I'm not in the military, but I'm saying, like, you know.
no, and I get what you're saying, because like I'm with a black woman, all right? And I got to a point where, you know, I've said this before. After post divorce, I was taking all comers. Stab wounds and neck tattoos. Are
You
we
wasn't
fucking?
taking
Okay.
all comers. You were coming all takers. Yeah. Okay, go for it.
Boom, boom, ping. All right. But no, like I said, stab wounds and neck tattoos. If we fucking, let's go. But eventually I, after several times of having to, be on my way to a chick house, having to text my brother, hey, this is her name, this is the address. If I come up missing, you know where I was last seen alive. When you gotta text your brother stuff like that on your way to a chick house, and that's you're probably messing with the wrong chicks. So I narrowed the scope of women of women that I'm going to deal with, and I narrowed it down to the point to where, only a certain, I shouldn't even say only a certain type of black woman, but really only a certain type of woman is a woman that I was, willing to mess with. And when you do that, when you raise your standard to, a reasonable place where it should be. I ain't saying just so high through the roof. I'm just talking about, when you care more about quality than quantity, you end up in a situation where you've narrowed the pool of women, or the pool of black women that you're actually going to mess with, to the point to where you will damn near feel like you went MGTOW, because your pool becomes narrow.
Right.
So I understand it from the standpoint of, these chicks are problematic, and I'm not going to deal with the problematic ones. That is a fair discussion, and that's the place that I got to, that I just wasn't going to deal with those that were problematic. And when you do that, you're narrowing it down. But some people just go a step further and they say, I ain't messing with them at all. Now I disagree with somebody who says I ain't messing with them at all, because I just get all corny and sappy. Yeah, we judge an individual by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. But the flip side of that is, if skin color becomes the main high priority standard, or whatever the hell it is, if that becomes the thing, then you're making bad judgment calls on who you're dealing with. If you're putting a priority on skin color, and that applies to those who put a priority on not darker skin. they the old adage in this space, don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for women of other races, you know. So
I agree with that.
so yeah, so that's where I'm at with it. Actions, behaviors, and consistency, and all of that comes into play and matters. And when that and that mattered to me more than the race aspect of it. The woman who won was a black woman, and I'm glad, because I would rather be with a black woman, but I'm not about to argue that a man accept a bad deal, you know. So that and and unwilling to accept that bad deal. Okay, what is that brother left with? If he's unwilling to accept that bad deal, you know, what's how is the market of people who fit the deal that he's willing to accept? Like that's the real conversation, not the I'm black, we black, our mama's black. You know that. So that's again, that's the part where I have a problem. And again, Corey
Well,
Holcomb is
it's done with intention to throw shade. Here's my experience. Like, the brothers that say I don't mess with black women, they never really mean it. You know, when women say something like that, they mean it. Like when they say I don't mess with a particular demographic, they mean it, and that's because their mating pool is so much larger than ours. You know, theirs are oceans, ours is a swimming pool, and I'm not talking about like a swimming pool that's like a full Olympic-sized swimming pool. I'm talking about it's like one of those little blue plastic ones. Yeah,
I like 5'9" women. That's the perfect, because I'm 6'1", so 5'9" is the perfect height where she can put on some heels and not be taller than me, but she's still tall, because I like tall women. I never had the luxury of saying I won't date a woman under 5'9". I never had that luxury.
Well, women can
women do have that luxury. They can say I'm not dating a dude over 6
Not only
feet.
that, they can say I only mess with dudes that are 6 foot tall exactly, and he has to be a Taurus with and his birthday has to be on an odd number. Like they can say shit like that and still find dick, like honest Taurus dick. You know, it's
they
weird.
can literally say I don't mess with Cancer, Sagittarius, Pisces, and whatever the other. They can name like 70% of the damn signs and say I don't mess with those signs, and then still have a pool of of what they want out there.
They could say I only mess with niggas with the same birthday as mine.
Okay, I don't think they can narrow it down like that.
Yeah, they can. No, I'm pretty sure that if you're a chick with 365 dudes in your inbox, that means that you can narrow it down to that. But no, I digress. What I'm saying is that men don't mean that shit. If you come with a decent enough black chick, these niggas is not turning down. I know because my cousin is like this. He is not turning down Hillary Banks. He is not turning down in her heyday. You know, they're basically saying that they do not mess with a certain behavior type, you know, that's associated with black women. That's really part of their cultural staple. That's what he's saying. But none of these dudes is turning down Hillary Banks or Ashley Banks, you know, when she became legal. Nobody is doing that. So I don't take it too serious when men say stuff like that, when brothers say stuff like that. I know what they mean.
Mm-hmm. Shannon Rose says, the problem I'm having with Corey is he's not giving grace to men who have preferences the way the world gives grace to women and their ridiculous preferences. Corey tripping. Yeah, he tripping on this. And Corey normally spot on, you know, rough and wild out as he is. It normally be a lot of truth in what he says. But he's not making a good case. Because he ain't even coming. Listen, there's internal logic to the pro-black position. When the pro-blacks who, you know, believe that, you know, black people should be with black people, when they make their case, if they make it intelligently, there's some internal logic there. He's not making that case. We're going to get more into the case that he's making. So I'm going to play some more.
Like, you ain't my kind of guy. Or you don't like black women, then you don't like my mama.
Right.
You don't like my son.
That's what I mean. You don't
weird.
like my mama. You don't
this
like
man basically did like Menace to Society. What you say about my mama? What you
go the other way.
All right.
Man, like if I saw them niggas, I probably would try to go the other way because I wouldn't want to speak to a nigga who say some shit like that.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you ain't my kind of guy. Or you don't like black women, then you don't like my mama.
Right.
You don't like my sister. You don't like my
That's just some
family.
weirdo shit to me, man.
Right. So cake ass niggas like that. I mean, I hate that somebody asked me that. I wish I wish I would have been better prepared. Then I wouldn't have said what I'm saying now.
Right.
But I'm speak from the heart. I can't fuck with no niggas, especially a motherfucker if you black. One of them is actually a dark nigga. He look like you, Morgan.
Look like me. You know, what you mean? You my coat?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
He
you
your
nigga
skin
look like
tone.
me. Oh, that nigga don't look like me.
And
You
when
about that nigga right there?
where the nigga at? I can't.
That nigga right there. Are they really that country? Talking about that nigga right
Hey,
there.
look at his hat. Of course he is. Okay, so somebody said "Yo Mama Black" and then he dashed Tommy Sotomayor. I invented that. I invented that phrase. That is my "Yo Mama Black" is my phrase.
Are you trying to steal Tommy Sotomayor's
Fuck
shit,
that
or you're just trying to
Fuck that
make
nigga.
your point clear that he don't own words, or
Yes.
just fuck that nigga? Okay,
Yeah.
Game Change. For those that don't know, Game Changer and Tommy Sotomayor has somewhat of a history, and that's what's coming out of Game Changer right now.
Yeah, but "Yo Mama Black" is my shit.
Okay, yeah. Game Changer and Tommy got a history. Tommy's been on my show a couple times. I don't got no problem with Tommy. Other than, you know Tommy is Tommy, and he'll he's a natural antagonizer. But other than when he go too far with that type of shit, I got no problem with Tommy. Tommy cool. Other than when he's being Tommy.
Of course, yeah.
Tommy cool other than when he being Tommy and shit. But no, real talk. I got no problem with Tommy. But Game Changer and him got a little history. But anyway, play ball.
Can't see him. I guess that's the nigga, yeah. Like, what the fuck I'm gonna say to you if you denounce my motherfucking race?
Yeah. You know what's crazy too?
Get your cake ass the fuck out of here, nigga.
Sit loading the motherfucker on
That
his
show
face.
grew fast. It's only been around like a couple of years. It's already at almost 1 million.
Right, them motherfuckers finna blow up more because
But
I said
we
something
don't know
about
them.
him. But
Yeah.
But we
Going
don't
back to
know
the beginning of the show, he pretended like he didn't know who they was, but he's given at least 10 defining attributes of them.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, he can. I've been knowing who Corey Holcomb is for at least a decade, and he could tell us more of stuff about Fresh and Fit than what I can tell you about Corey Holcomb.
Yeah.
I know he's a comedian who has a YouTube channel, and he talk a lot of shit about black women. And right now, he kind of putting the cape on. That's about the extent of what I could tell you.
Hey, enemy of my enemy, right? That's
Well,
the
no,
appropriate
that is a bigger issue of what's going on, and you alluded to this at the beginning of the show, and we see that a lot in this space, where a lot of brothers will keep the sisterhood arguments in their back pocket and pull them out and use them, and try to weaponize those bad arguments on other brothers that they don't like in the space. That's what he's essentially doing to Fresh and Fit. For whatever reason, he don't like them, whether he's jealous because, some square lame niggas just blew up out of nowhere and bigger than him. But he's weaponizing one of the worst arguments that people have pulled out against, anybody who criticized black women. Your mama black, that he's pulling out the worst argument. If somebody is saying that, hey, I don't like the demeanor or purportment of this modern black woman, yes, I'm sure it's something that's cool, but I'm not trying to reach my hand in a hornet's nest to find the one hornet that won't sting me. If somebody says that, it is not an adequate argument to say, well, your mama black. Like, it's just not.
Yeah.
It's not. Like, that's not how you deal with that, with somebody who has that position. Like I said, I've realized that it's a smaller percentage of hornets that I'm willing to deal with. And then somebody like Pablo, it says, I ain't touching a single hornet because I don't know which ones got stingers and which ones don't. So hey, I understand. I understand that position. Now, there may very well be a plausible case that can be made either way. However, he ain't making it. But let's play ball.
And so I be seeing a lot of these niggas. I never really say shit about them because I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
But
immigrant.
you don't any niggas out there that'll say I don't like black women, please don't speak to me when you see me. And if you speak to me and I know you just fucking with me, I'm just saying, I'm gonna know you're a super duper hoe ass nigga because you want drama. But if you out here in this world talking about you don't like black women, I dare you to say you don't like white women on your podcast. They'll shut your podcast down. You say you don't like black women because that's an easy target. You could say that.
God damn it. Damn it. Just damn it. Okay, now this is all the way cap. This is all the way cap. They are not an easy target. The more minority you are, the harder target you are in YouTube and anything. That's why we say stuff like God's Chosen or G Hay or TS or L Gibbet or we
Or
say a lot of stuff
BW. Hold on. Or BW.
or BW. Yes, you have to do that because they are hard targets. You dare not whisper it. If you whisper it, you will be punished. How dare you utter those words in this place? Just like you can't speak Mordor in the land of the elves. Like it's stuff like that. That is ridiculous to say that they are easy targets. You can't say it. White women, white women, white women, white women,
White women.
You see how you can just say that?
Hold on. When white women sweat, their hair smells like dog. I said it. My channel is still here.
Yes, exactly.
Dun, dun, dun.
And some of them got those blue veins. I can't stand that shit.
Yeah, them green veins in their thighs. That shit.
Yeah, like what the hell? And some of you light skinned girls be on that shit too. I know you can't help it, but damn.
And some of them need to gloss up, put some chapstick on their lip. They lips be like corny and like crusty and cracky sometimes.
And we're talking about white women here.
Yeah.
You see how easy this shit is?
They don't moisturize their lips that much sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, see, channel's still here.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
If my shit just disappeared right now, that would be funny as fuck. That would be the funniest, not funny thing ever. But Derek Mishu in the building says Corey pro black now, but if listen to his old shows, he was the main one talking about black women critically. Yeah, that much is accurate. That much is accurate. Andrew Wilkins in the building says Corey is hypocritical. Like most black women, he called black athletes self-haters for dating light and mixed chicks. His wife looks like Stacy. Do you know who that is?
Ladislaw? No, she's probably fat.
Corey,
because I don't know her name.
Oh, you're saying she can't be hot because if she was hot, you would know her?
Yeah, I don't remember the name here, I'll look it up.
All right. But he went to full argument, and like that he made the victim queen argument basically.
Yeah, she's fat.
Who? That chick?
Stacy Ladislaw.
Really?
Yeah, here I'll share the picture.
You can share it. But he's Charles Merchant is saying Corey Holcomb is bipolar. I don't think it's bipolar. I think this is coming from a place of hate and jealousy, and he's pulling out nonsensical arguments on people who are bigger than him. That's just a theory.
It does sound like shade. It does sound like shade for the sake of competition. And it seemed like he lost focus of like his brand, from what you tell me. So that's her.
Well, hold on, wait, I'll put it up in a second. But Andrew Wilkins, he is saying that he called out black athletes. He called black athletes self-haters for dating light and mixed chicks.
Well, that's weird. Pull up the picture. Because if what he says is true. Well, if what he says is true, this is a light-skinned woman. Like if his wife looks like this is a light-skinned woman.
Is she even? I feel like
like she might be like either mixed or just like a darker version of a Southern European. Oh crap. She's on some whatchamacallit.
I don't think she's black at all.
Huh?
That's not a black woman.
Oh, well, there you go. So yeah, if his wife is whatever the hell she is, then yeah.
This man is insane. Goddamn, Corey. Like, are you serious, Andrew Wilkins? That he called out called black athletes self haters for dating light and mixed chicks, but he got a chick who her 23 and Me might have like 13.5% black in it. Like, damn, like that's weird. That's weird. It's like he just tried to pick any random stick he could hit them with.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, damn.
Now, full disclosure, nobody is saying that that was his wife. Somebody said that his wife looks like her.
Oh, okay. See now. All right.
But
Okay.
I don't know what his wife looks like. So
M. Stewart be
I'm not going to
knowing.
call the man's wife fat or anything. But
Okay,
I'm just
cool. No, I'm
but
glad
when he
that.
said the name of a famous person, and I didn't know her name, I just assumed that she was big because I forget the name of big women pretty quickly.
I'm glad that cleared it up, because if I was confused, I know some people in the audience was confused and was saying, because I thought that was his woman, but M. Stewart be knowing everything. So and she says his wife is thin and light skinned. So either way,
Okay, well, there you go.
that's
So
still kind of
they were
by.
really just pointing out her complexion, not her size.
Yeah.
But I mean, so they're pointing out some hypocrisy if she is as light as this particular woman, you
Mhm.
know. So yeah, that is an extraordinary hypocrisy, and I hear that from a lot. Not my barber, but the dude in the chair next to my barber, he be on that shit. He be on that pro black, but my wife is Mexican shit. Like I shit you not. And just to troll him, I played the light skin song, not knowing that his wife was Mexican, because he's like, "Oh, you don't mess with dark skinned women," and I do mess with dark skinned women, but he just be on some. He just like to come at me because I have my critiques. So yeah, I played the light skin song, and he just fucking flipped. He just fucking flipped, and then come to find out his wife is Mexican. After all that shit,
You know what? It's a fairly common thing where it be a lot of black men who, they have some, they care about their people, fist in the air, but be married to somebody of a different race. Like, okay, here's the deal. And I was going to do some content on this, I still might, but Charles Barkley just recently donated $1 million to Spelman, a black, a black
black
HBCU,
female institution, yeah.
black female institution. They're so yeah, he's married to a white woman, and so it's Drew Holiday, another basketball player. He's donated over $6 million to black businesses and foundations. And if you look at the businesses, like I did content on this, like 80% of them was black female ran businesses, organizations, and foundations. So they'll marry somebody outside of their race, and they will still they will donate and give to black women. Like
Well,
on
that's
like,
hush money.
yeah, almost.
That's hush money.
I ain't fucking with y'all,
It's
but
like you're trying to buy your black card back or
I'm not
something like
letting
that.
y'all in my house. I'm not
Yeah,
giving none of y'all the keys to my shit. I will give y'all some money to go away though. that's that's
yeah, pretty much.
essentially what that is.
Pretty much. That's just hush money. That's yeah. Man, Spelman get like all the donation. Morehouse gets well, yeah. Shout out to Robert Smith.
Yeah. Robert Smith, who's also married to a white woman. All right, but
Well,
he
he's
looked.
not guilty about it. He's like he basically said, "Hey, I'm gonna take care of your student loan debt. Go ahead and find yourself a white woman."
Well, he was married to a black woman, I think, for like 20 years. So he served his time. He did his sentence.
Now, was she?
He
Because
did
I
a.
look at her picture, and because of the resolution, it's hard to tell if she was black,
No,
but
I'm
her
pretty
features
sure
look
he
black.
was originally married to a black woman.
Okay, fair enough.
At least I'm pretty sure about that. He he did his 25 to life, got out a little early on parole, and he free to marry a white woman and donate to black men. He's good. All right.
Yeah, but he was still criticized because it wasn't Spelman. Yeah,
He can-
Spelman is like where you put your money when you want to, appease. blackness. They sell black cards like they sell the
Barkley and Drew Holiday didn't serve no time, so they gotta donate to Spellman. Had they served time, married to a black woman, then they could have donated to whoever Robert Smith donated. That's how it works.
Hey, it's weird. So when I was like 19, I ran into a gay dude, and when I say I ran into him, meaning in the car, ran into him doing some stupid stuff when you're young.
Okay. All right, come on, man. Like I'm gonna let you start the whole story over. You can't do this story with I ran into a gay dude doing some stupid stuff.
Okay, I'm in my car, and there was this store that I go to. And instead of parking in one lane, I park in 3 lane. I park in it sideways because I say, fuck those lines. And then he came up behind me and parked in the lines. And then I hit reverse, not looking, and I ran into the passenger side of his car. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay. And it turns out that he was a Jihad white dude. And when I was talking to him to settle this without insurance, because I didn't have insurance, when I was talking to him,
you used to ride dirty like me, though.
Yeah, I used to ride dirty. Yeah. So while riding dirty, that happened. I wanted to settle without insurance, and I was like, okay, I'll give you some bread, and what we'll do is I'll have you sign something saying you won't pursue me on this shit. So we working that out, and he told me that he went to Spelman, and I thought that was kind of odd.
You said a gay white dude
in California, yeah.
Who went to Spelman?
Yeah.
A chick college?
A black chick college at that. Yeah, apparently he could go there for his master's or something.
Huh. That is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It was strange, right? Trust me, I'm just going off. This is a story from over 20 years ago. I'm just going off of like what he told me, but I thought that shit was weird as hell. Well, this is now, but I mean, like this was a long time ago. Like, so I don't know. That's weird. That's weird, right? But no, I'm not tripping. That's weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah. All right. Just saying.
Yeah. Very, very, very well. Can males attend Spelman? The answer is no with a period. Spelman does not admit male students, including students who self-identify and live consistently as men, regardless of their gender assignment at birth. That's what I just read. All right, moving on.
Yeah, so he was lying. Like, I don't know why he would say that, but
okay, I don't know. Weird things happen and lies get told when you run into a gay dude doing something stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
And don't nothing happen. Just like you can say nigga on a TV show all you want, and don't nothing happen.
I'll be saying it.
But if you say white bitch, your whole channel will be gone.
What the hell? You just said it and your channel's not gone.
White bitch.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell? You're not even going to say the BB, are you?
What, black bitch?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
No, but stop pretending like, they're easier targets.
That's why I said he's making the victim queen arguments. Like they're queens, they're in control, they're boss bitches, they run into who run the world, girls, but they also the ultimate victims of everything.
Exactly.
So that's the argument that he's making.
Exactly, the strong victim argument.
Yeah.
So I ain't got no respect for no motherfucking nigga.
I be saying I don't like white women
coming
on my,
niggas
my
like
podcast.
that. What you say again?
I be saying I don't like white women on my podcast. my YouTube channel is Marcus. Why are you?
What you just say?
I be saying I don't like white women on my podcast.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
No, I'm just saying that ain't my forte. That ain't my preference.
I just feel like I'll put it like this: if I am around a Caucasian woman, I am very worried about what she said I did. Because what she say you did, that's what you did.
Yeah, I ain't.
And it costs money to fight the case.
Yeah.
Oh God,
That's what I will say.
hold on.
Go ahead.
I don't think he realized how bad he sounds.
Mm-mm.
Because essentially what he's saying is that I get with black women because the law don't respect them as much. Is essentially what he's saying. It's essentially what he's saying is I get with black women because I could smack the shit out of them, and then as he say, she say when the cops come. But if I smack the shit out of a white woman, first of all, you can see the handprint because they're white. But secondly, it's not he say she. This is some sick shit.
Yeah, I told you, like, you seeing this raw for the first time. I watched it before this, and I was just like, man, he jumped out the window with some of this stuff.
Somebody said no, he not saying that. The fuck he ain't. The only basically he goes into relationships with the how much can I fuck them up without with with the least reprisals of the law.
Well, okay. You could okay. You might be reaching to say that he's going in
please.
saying that how much can I mess them up? But he's basically saying I deal with them on. Okay, I don't know if I can go with what you're saying. Okay, see now here come the bullshit. Okay, all right. Now said M. Stewart be knowing everything, like when she will pull out random facts and be right more times than not. Here goes some bullshit. Okay, when we got to start breaking out Emmett Till for the reason why black men in 2022 shouldn't mess with white women, like that's not the case. That's not an effective argument anymore. Like when you start pulling out scare tactics from what was it? Was that the 50s?
No, it's the water hose days.
When
Stop bringing up water hose days tactic. That's bullshit. Who? Brian Banks. Brian Banks. Let's look up Brian Banks. Everybody, homework assignment. Let's look up Brian Banks. Okay, and this isn't in rural Mississippi either. This isn't in Chickasaw County that this happened in. Nope. This is Los Angeles, California. Look up Brian Banks.
Yeah, we ain't gonna look it up. We ain't gonna look it up. So just tell us who he is.
Brian Banks, and there is a movie about it. In fact, I'll play that next movie night. Brian Banks is he was like an NFL hopeful. And somewhere in Compton, I think, some chick, they went to a spot together to do the nasty. He didn't do the nasty, and he went to jail for grape. He did, yeah, somebody said it. He did 8 years. But get this, after the 8 years, he was on that list. He was on that list. And
you didn't specify the race of the woman.
Oh no, she's black. She's black,
okay.
and she's blacker than most. And so after that, he was on the list, so he still couldn't go to the NFL, and he couldn't go to college because you're on that list. So and what's worse is she tried to hit on him. She seen him on Facebook and called him for some dick.
What?
After everything, she called him for some dick. Like nothing happened. Like nothing happened. He recorded her, took it to the judge, and they still upheld the charge. So this whole white women do it, and all y'all have, and all the receipts y'all have is from 19XX. I don't want to hear that shit.
Like
okay, look up Anita Hill. Look up Anita Hill, and right now a Justice of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas. Look that up, okay, and tell me who lies. Oh, and what about Romeo Must Die? And then Romeo did die. And by Romeo, I mean the dude from the Steve Harvey show. Yes, he is gone. And he is gone on the say so of a chick. Like, oh yeah, he raped me, and then Pookie and Ray Ray killed him, and then she said, oh yeah, no, he didn't, but enjoy jail, Pookie and Ray Ray. Yeah, this is stuff that actually happened today, right now. So M. Stewart, much due respect, you, that Emmett Till stuff is played. It is played.
Yeah. In our actual, real, modern times, black men in relationships with black women are getting a police called on them. And the police are showing up doing their police work. I would say all the same. I mean, so like that's done. That's a wrap. There's plenty of brothers who've had problems with the police over some bullshit. Part of some of it could have been their fault, some of it could be some outright made up shit. But it'd be black women calling the police.
What, right?
And
Shout out to Mike Tyson. What was her race?
yeah, so that's why that does not work. So he's not making the case. He's just man, I don't
So
like when
now
people
he's just
use
saying stuff.
I don't like when people use fear mongering scare tactics to try to I mean people normally do that to try to get somebody to not do something they don't want them to do. But in this case, I just think he's weaponizing some. Put it like this: I guarantee, and I can't prove it, but I guarantee that sometime in the past of his show, sometime in the past, he's been in a debate back and forth with a woman, and she's used those type of arguments against him, and I'm pretty sure he countered her argument. Now that he's talking about some black men that he don't like, he will use those same female scare tactic arguments to try to get black men to behave and conduct themselves in a certain way.
Exactly.
That's that's
And
that's what's happening here, and that's more or less what that
he's
that's
virtue signaling to the sisterhood is what he's doing. I mean, like this is his chance to virtue signal to the sisterhood and take out some competition.
yeah, he's okay. Yeah, see, I didn't even look at it as virtue signaling to the sisterhood because that ain't even his thing. Because he's gonna be back tomorrow talking shit about black women. But
They hear what they want to hear.
okay, fair enough. But he gonna well, yeah, he know enough black women hate them to where if he talks shit about them, yeah, they may jump on and support him. Okay,
I mean,
yeah,
they hear what they want to hear. Like if you are a literal member of the Klan, you are the token black member of the Klan, but you married a fat black woman. They're like, oh yeah, he's supporting the sisters. That
yeah.
is how they think.
All right, let's
Oh,
roll some
Brian
more.
Banks is getting married. Hold up, right quick before we hit the play. Congratulations to Brian Banks and his
This the
wife.
brother. This the brother that did 8 years.
Yep, this is the brother that did 8 years.
Please,
So
please be a black woman. Please be a black woman. Please be a black. God damn it! Was that a white woman?
that's something.
That's
That's
a.
something
That's
with blue
a.
veins in it. Yep,
That's. Mm, yeah, that's a white woman.
yep.
Yeah,
Let's take a
she's
look.
white.
Yeah. Well, there you can see the hair texture,
She's
and you
white.
can see the sun. So, yeah. Hey, congratulations, Brian Banks. So let's see if she calls it. Let's do this experiment. Let's see if she actually calls the popo and he do another 8 years. Let's see if that happens now. Because Emmett Till, right? So let's see if that happens now. He was like 16. So one of his first experiences was that. One of his first experiences in life with the young lady was that. So just saying, like this whole they can call the cops on you. Like you don't actually have to marry them for Karen to come. That's another thing. They're like, oh no, don't mess with Karen. Like I don't mess with Karen, I mess with Becky with the good hair.
What's the difference between Karen and Becky?
Well, okay, so Becky is more like the preppy white girl who went to one of those schools where they actually have respect for the cheerleaders. And there is a social hierarchy that's based on femininity, most of whom can flip and float. And she's a sexual challenge to all black women. Yes, Becky is younger and hotter and slimmer.
And
Karen,
Karen is a 40-year-old soccer mom with no kids.
no, Karen is rarely a mom.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I
Yeah. With
said
no.
a
Yeah.
soccer
Exactly.
mom with no kids. Yeah.
Exactly. With no kids, who finds herself in a company of black people, and because she likes to take her misery out on that, because she has been reduced to that. Yeah. Becky is the sorority girl. Exactly. She's the cheerleader. She is the person who's typically blonde, but however, if she's not blonde, she blondes herself. For the sake of Bakisity. So yeah, and there's several. There's Rebecca. There's Becker. There's several versions of it. But yeah, where Karen is pretty much Karen. Karen is Roseanne on a race trip.
Karen is Roseanne on a race trip. Okay. All right. Too cool for school in the building. He says BRGC. What up?
What up? What up?
What's up? What's up? All right. Let's get
Karen is
back.
not hood. Karen is trailer. Karen is trailer. But when the trailer becomes gentrified, she finds herself in the hood. Yes.
Mm. All right.
Say about Caucasian women, if I'm up on them, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, this bitch, her status in this America is higher than mine. I know how much money it costs if she say I did something.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So all you motherfucking guys out there who are around Caucasian females, for the most part, not absolutely, I'm saying for the most part, there are Caucasian females of morality in the world. But I'm saying, little ragged ass American bitches, whatever them bitches say you did, that's what you gonna get charged with. And it costs money to fight the case. So remember that. Wait a minute.
So
No, he
I
from
know a
Barbados
guy.
and the other one from Sudan.
Hold on.
Sudan. Those are light-skinned.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
He
Wait.
from
Did he?
Barbados and the other one.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. No, he from Barbados and the other one from Sudan. Sudan. Those are light-skinned niggas that don't like the clothes and the other.
I was trying to figure out if somebody in the comments said that or if he corrected the comment. Because either way, that just add more to the he don't know who they are, but he know all this stuff about them. So anyway, just throwing it for those that came late. At the beginning of the show, he said he have no idea who Fresh and Fit is, or he barely knew who they was, but he. But anyway, you tried to jump in on something else.
Oh well, I forget, but somebody in the chat room said
I go back up.
Becky is something about Becky and Karen. What did they say? Becky can land a husband. Listen, what he's doing is he's painting Karen attributes on Becky, is what he's doing. He's basically taking Becky's body and putting Karen's personality in it. Is essentially what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But these are, that's what I want to say. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing about these scare tactics. Without the scare tactics, okay, know this. We should be light-skinned by now. You and I, Bernard.
Explain.
I'll explain to you. Everywhere else that has had a slave colony besides South Africa, but that's a whole different story, and I can explain that later. But everywhere else, like Brazil, Dominican Republic, places like that, they're light-skinned, right?
Yeah.
Even in England, they are light-skinned by now. In France, they are light-skinned by now. The only dark-skinned ones are the immigrants that came there recently, the Jamaicans and stuff like that. That's why when you watch a movie and it's a gang movie, they have accents because they just got there. They just got to the one. But we are the people who can say, something, we've been here since forever and we still dark-skinned. We have had legal access to another race for 150 years right now and counting. And we are still dark skinned because we stick to our own more than anybody. More than anybody.
You make a good point that
So
we
yeah,
technically,
and the point is that it becomes is because of those Emmett Till slave tactics.
well,
Or excuse
okay.
me, Emmett Till's scare tactics, excuse me.
Well, perhaps it was a time. It was a time when it wasn't so much scare tactics. You know what I mean?
No, it
It was
was
a
a
time.
time that they was worthy of the penis. I call it the Soul Train era. Absolutely. You know, however, the glue that bound us was both fear and superior vagina. And now that they lost the superior vagina thing, it is now fear. Could you share the screen?
Yeah.
Look at how quick it takes for a generation to be light skinned.
Yeah. Just one.
Yeah,
Literally just
Brian
one.
Banks. Yeah, Brian Banks was, his daddy was dark, and his daddy's 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 dad, and they all were here. They all were born in the USA, and they still remain solidarity. It only takes one generation to say, "Fuck this shit, I'm out," and then your kids look Dominican. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Shout out to Dennis Sperlin. It only takes one generation for you to say, fuck this shit, I'm out. And so the fact that we're still dark skinned, meaning that we've been holding on to the loyalty so long that we have yet to say, fuck this shit, I'm out.
You make a
That's all I'm
good
saying.
point. You make a good point in the sense that Black America much sooner. I mean, we should have been looking very damn. We should in a snapshot we should look like Brazil. I'll say that. Yeah, I mean you are right. Like like
Yeah.
you just go anywhere in Brazil, just look at it, just a wide shot of just a group of people, and yeah, everybody is the average skin tone is much lighter. The average hair
It's
texture
Manila. Yeah.
is much different. You would think that that would be the case. Now segregation did play a part in that, but however that's I mean yeah, but now we're going to a dark place. That makes you wonder, like, how much, during slavery was. Okay, I ain't even trying to get into that. That's a whole nother topic. But yeah, it makes we remain like we're getting lighter today than what we were coming out of slavery.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Yeah,
because in Brazil, slavery ended like in 1880, so 15 years after us. So they've been free less longer, but they got into the mix, so to speak, real quick.
yeah, yeah.
And that's because they didn't use these tactics.
Right.
Oh, keep in mind it was more of them. It was more like a higher concentration of slaves than it was in the US.
Right. Right. Now I was averaging that into the equation when I was trying to do the equation, talking about how uh black people were still very dark after slavery and all through Jim Crow, and we just now started getting light. So yeah, I was it's interesting. It's interesting, but yeah, every other place on Earth that had a similar history as us is not people it's not as many people my complexion walking around, or Corey Holcomb's complexion for that matter.
Yeah,
Part of it,
exactly.
like you're saying, it was a scare tactic, but part of it was just a a literal thing. The races remained separate after slavery. So, but it does speak to how much mixing was going on during slavery. That's so yeah, it's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot to unpack there. But anyway, let's get back to um, Game Changer. You can't handle real black female box. That's your problem.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fine. Like I can't handle MIT. That's why I didn't go to the motherfucker. So yeah, thank you for sharing. But you see, here's the thing. There is a reward if you can handle the Ivy League. There is a reward for that. Just like some basketball players can't handle, they can handle college, but they can't handle the NBA. So they don't go to the motherfucker. But there's a reward with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird. Like, what's the reward? Why do you want to handle something? Just because something is a challenge, that doesn't mean you should meet it because it's presented to you as a challenge. Unless you're stupid. Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
For example,
Hey Brenda and Jackie, you can't handle the taste of my penis. Like, who else would that work on?
But is there a reward for handling the taste of?
You're not supposed to ask that, Bernard, because we think like the jackass that wrote whatever was just said. You can't handle the black. So, all right.
No,
so
the
whoever
better.
wrote
Hold
that,
on.
I want you to
better,
take that logic. No, I want you to take that logic to a woman. I want you to take that to them. Like, oh no, you can't handle a broke ass ugly nigga. I want you to see how that works. Tell me how. Please report back to me and tell me if that line works on them. No,
no. A better.
Stupid.
Hold on. A better way to pin this home, to take this home, is that somebody, I've heard a lot of people argue that, say that most men couldn't handle being with a dime because, one, she gets so much attention. Every guy wants her. You're gonna feel like she's never fully yours, and most guys can't handle that. But the reward of it, if you can deal with that and handle everything, the high maintenance that comes with being with a woman that's a dime, the reward it's a great reward in the end. It's a great reward if you can. I'm just assuming that is as hard as they say, but if it's a great reward in the end. So that's probably what you're saying. But when they say you can't handle a strong black woman, is like you're basically saying I can't handle being married to M'Baku. Like, that's all. Like, no, that's, you're saying I can't handle some shit that I don't want to do. And I say this as a black man who's with a black woman, just not a strong black woman. So yeah. So I whenever anybody starts talking about what you can't handle in a particular woman, is normally, like, you're right. It's normally an attribute that's undesirable. Stop telling me I can't handle the smell of a skunk. You're goddamn right.
It's no reward, Bernard. It is weird. It's weird that here, let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean about the no reward aspect of it. Hold on. Could you share my screen?
Uh-oh.
Look at those bitches.
No, the one
to the left. Do you want
to
handle that? Go on. Where's the hot one? Okay. You looking, but they ain't there. This is the ugly bitch army. Do you want to handle that? Do you actually want to handle that shit?
The fifth one back. The fifth one back in the third row is hot.
No, there isn't a third column. Okay. No. You have Viola Davis here. You have whatever the fuck that is. What the hell is that? What is that? You can't see this one face, and then it just blurs from there. No, this is the ugly bitch army. This is the ugly bitch army. Do you want to handle that? Do you want to handle the ugly bitch army? Because you want to know who didn't want to handle the ugly bitch army? The Dahomey. They knew what to do with the ugly bitches, and that was put their ass in the military.
Wait, hold on. Explain that, because like out of everybody who covered that, I think you were the only one who broke down how this army was put together.
They basically took unfuckable women, literally unfuckable women.
Where did they get them from?
Okay, well, they got them from conquered tribes, for one. And then they got them from just derelict bitches. They husbands say, hey, my king, I have an unruly bitch here. Could you put her into the military? I shit you not. They said those exact, well, they didn't say those exact words. They said, my king, my wife has become ugly and unruly, and she will not get me a sandwich. Would you please take her to the military? And then he did. And that is exactly what happened. That is not extreme. That is, it's, look it up, Wikipedia. It is an army derived of unfuckable bitches. It is the ugly bitch army. I shit you not.
Now, historically, whenever one group or tribe took over or conquered one other tribe, typically they killed the men and then they kept the women and children.
So
And the
what
women,
they
okay,
did
hold
was,
on, real quick. The women who that they found desirable became concubines and or sex slaves or whatever. Those that they did not want to concubine or sex slave with, um, they threw them and they gave them a sword and put them on the battlefield.
yes, that's exactly what
That's
happened.
historically what happened. So that's how this army came to be. See,
Yes,
now
meaning that they
I
are
hold on. I
true.
complained. Hold on, wait. I complained, and you. And I didn't even watch your video. I just saw the thumbnail. That basically, when they had the Marvel, Amazon, not Marvel, but DC, um, Amazons, it was a bunch of beautiful warrior women. But I was
Yes,
like, you know what? If they're gonna depict this armor, they could have found some, some nice, sexy, attractive, athletically built women and have them out there warring and fighting and make it look like Wonder Woman. If they're going to make it look like some, make them look like some beautiful warrior goddesses.
I
But it's
agree.
like, so out of all the liberties that they took with this story, oh no, we gonna keep these chicks ugly. It's like they could have took some more. They could have took the same liberties that they did with wiping the slavery under the rug and all the slave trade, and they wiped a lot of stuff under the rug. But they say no, we gonna make them look undesirable. They did at least keep it real with that part.
It is the ugly bitch army. So somebody named Wise Will said women had to fight because the male. No, it wasn't. Who do you think enslaved the bitches in the first place? Huh?
Hold on,
Huh?
real
Huh?
quick. Women had to fight in those places because the male warriors were wiped out.
Who do you think enslaved the bitches in the first place? What are you talking about?
The women that were fighting were women that were essentially going to be slaves from other conquered armies. That was the way that they, I guess, earned their right to live. They had to go fight. Like that was
Exactly.
so no,
Exactly. You see, this is
it
crazy
wasn't. It
stuff.
wasn't. No, he's looking at it like modern times, like in war times in the U.S. And then the women, Rosie the Riveter had to step up and go and work the coal mine and go to and operate the machines and machine parts and do all. No, that's not what was happening back then. It wasn't that type of deal.
Exactly. And you want to know what they didn't say when they conquered a smaller tribe and kept all the pretty ones and made the ugly ones fight? You want to know what they didn't say? You can't handle an ugly ass bitch. They just said, you know something? She's too ugly to fuck. She's not good enough to bed or wed. Therefore, we're gonna put her ass in the military. That's what they said.
Yeah.
Wait, somebody says African women don't look like that, but their men were passive. They always look upset. What did Brenda say about African women? Because she's African.
It's interesting, but African women do look like that because their men were passive. They always look upset or mad at the world. I don't know which part of Africa. I know from what I understand, Nigerian men ain't passive. From what I understand, what I understand about a lot of African men is they're not passive. Okay, there's a level of passivity among black people that's a problem, but I don't know if that's where the women that the women get strong muscle faces from. Like, I think that's a reach. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Brenda right there. Somebody
Well, I
might
mean, my
give her
point
a gap.
is that decent societies like the Dahomey have methods of getting rid of their ugly, unruly bitches. Now
Yeah,
we do
every
not
woman
have.
wasn't in the army. Yeah, that is worth pointing out that those were the women that they put in the army, and they got put in the army for a reason.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
that's up the game. I mean, in his research, that's what he found out that the female army, the female portion of the army, because as I understand it, that wasn't the whole army. It was
No,
just
it
a
wasn't even half
female
of it. Yeah.
chapter division. It wasn't even half of it. So yeah, so there was a portion of the army that was female that that they put out there because they weren't they were found not suitable for other I guess for womanly task. I guess
Exactly.
that's
Exactly.
yeah.
How fucking ugly are you? How ugly are you to where they put you in an army full of men and nobody try to fuck? Full of men who are not around other women at the time. You know how like the sailors be like, oh yes, I spent 6 months at sea. They spend 6 months in the jungle with women that they will not fuck. That how fucking ugly are you? How unvalued is your vagina? So you tell me when I hear this whole you can't handle, you're not supposed to handle the shit. If a bitch is unworthy, you don't handle her. You send her to war. Next ugly bitch come my way and she's trying to say I can't handle it. Bitch, you can't handle tarring my roof. You ugly bitch. I'm gonna give you a male task. You can't handle moving my refrigerator.
Shout out to M and Perry. Thank you for at least I believe that was you. My phone is acting pretty slow, but I believe M and Perry just sent a $7 cash app. I greatly appreciate you. Damn it. My phone is acting horribly slow, but okay, Perry, not M and Perry, just Perry. Just Perry. Thank you, Perry. I don't know if that's an M in front of it, but thank you. Thank you for the cash app. Do appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. We got a little bit derailed on a proper on a good segue because I didn't fully cover the homie thing. I didn't fully cover that. I just covered it in passing as we just did right now. But you definitely had an interesting take on it. That's on Game Changers channel. You want to hear his full take on that? Check it out. RM, who's normally Johnny on the spot, if you're listening, go ahead and you can drop the link to Game Changers the coverage of the homie. But all right, let's get back into Shamo of this. Let's go.
Wait a minute. No, he from Barbados and the other one from Sudan. Sudan, those are light-skinned niggas that don't like to claim niggas. If you know anything about that shit, a lot of time.
I think okay, I don't know that for sure, but I know typically people that look like Myron, yeah, they black when it's convenient and they not black when it's not convenient. So I think that is accurate.
Okay.
I'm just I don't know for sure. I'm just what my eyes have told me that does have a ring of truth.
Okay. I don't know enough.
Wait a minute, I'm talking about that
to-
Arabian.
I don't know enough about over there the culture and everything. I'm just talking about people that I've seen here because Myron, I get confused trying to talk about what people are and what they're not. We know in America, if you look black, they just call you black, but he looks Arab, and but look, I guess black enough to be called black. I mean, Sudan is in Africa. I mean, I don't know the exact rules. I don't even play the game of he's in and he's out when it comes to black people. So, but that what he says does have a ring of truth. That is some of them are conveniently not black or conveniently black. They black by popular demand.
Yeah.
Anyway.
In part. See, there's some people out there who dark as us, but they don't not say they black people. It's a whole bunch of deep shit that I really don't know a lot about, but I know of it.
It's American.
Huh?
Being black is American.
Being black is what?
Labeling yourself black is American. Pan-African.
All right. Pause it right here.
Paused.
America is not the only people. The U.S. is not the only place where they label black people as black. In fact, I'm trying to think of a place where they don't do that shit. Yeah, I'm really thinking like, who don't call a black person black? Like I know in Asia, if you're black, they say that you're black.
Do other okay? Now I gotta plead ignorance and show my own ignorance. Do Africans talking amongst themselves, do they refer to themselves as black?
Well, you need a backdrop to compare against. Like if you only seen black people your entire life, then of course you're not going to recognize something as an other, Like just like you don't there wouldn't be a word for blind if blind people didn't exist. you know, or if everybody had sight, there wouldn't be a word for blind. You know, you don't call people sighted. So, but however,
that is literally what we are, but we never use the term because everybody is
yeah,
sighted.
exactly. Yeah,
So
like
yeah,
we are sighted people. So, you know, we don't go around calling people non-midgets. Like,
yeah.
so yeah, I mean,
If we walked into the land of the blind, then we would definitely be referred to as sighted and understand exactly what it
yeah.
is. That's okay.
But I
Okay.
will say that they will call a white person white.
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's just an identification process. Don't say that that's limited to here. What the hell?
Yeah.
From Marcus Garvey. That's when that started. But them people in the Sudan that consider themselves Arabs and all that, they don't really they haven't really culturally been, you know, they don't really understand those concepts because they live in the same way they lived, you know, 1,000 years ago, you know.
Right.
So
I don't know nothing about the motherfucking shit, really,
Ah,
to be speaking on it matter of factly, but I will tell you this. I understand racism and I understand people who try to denounce being black because it works in society. And you know what I'm saying? If you are, I'm gonna say this one more time. If you are a man that say I don't like black women, then I don't like you.
Mm-hmm.
We all in this with these raggedy ass bitches. That's why I talk about it
what the
and I
hell?
joke
All
with it.
right,
But
stop
I'm
it.
in it.
What does that mean when he says we're all in these raggedy ass bitches?
She raggedy, you raggedy, our mama's raggedy. That's what he said.
Is that what that means?
I don't know.
Because
But
according to him, you have two men who are saying, I'm not in these bitches. And you're saying that we're all in these bitches. Make that make sense. Because now the shit's getting like, what the fuck?
that's why I said he's making a horrible case. He's making a horrible case that basically said is these raggedy bitches, they are raggedy bitches.
Yeah.
That's and we got to stand in it with these raggedy bitches. Is
You
what it
don't.
is.
You don't have to stand in something with a raggedy bitch. You literally don't. Raggedy women are easy to ignore and they're used to it. You know, you don't even have to stand in line with them at the grocery store. You could just go to the next line and go to self checkout. You don't have to stand in shit with them.
And sometimes you got to wait in line behind them, or sometimes they get in line behind you, and then you can get out the line, but then you got to go to the back of a different line.
No, the point is that you don't have to stand with a raggedy bitch.
Hmm.
I was waiting. Oh, you want me to read it or you got it?
Oh no, I was all on some other shit. Oh no, I'll go ahead and read that. Hold on, where is it at? Where is it at? Damn it, I had it up better than that. Okay, shit. Okay, anyway. Um Judelis in the building says the homie. I think it's the homie, but we gonna call it the homie. The homie got their ass kicked by the um Oyo Empire, present day Nigeria, and Africans refer themselves as black, and Myron is black. There are different shades of Africa. And I'm good with that because I don't care. I'm not in the who's in, who's out, wars of a dose, non-dose, I don't get deep into that.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
I don't
No, he's saying that there's different shades of black, and even they identify like a dark skinned black African apparently will call a darker skinned black African black. So, you know, I see where you're saying that. I can see it's a relative thing, kind of like when two white people call and one of them call the other one pale.
mhm.
You know, like I'm white, but you're white. You know, kind of like that. Like, so I get that.
Mhm.
As far as the Oyo Empire, I didn't know about that. In my research, I did know about the Yoruba tribe, who they were a vassal to for quite some time until they start, you know, taking names and kicking ass. Um, And then, so history is funny, but I mean, when you deal in slavery, war is going to be a natural side effect of it. And that seemed to be what they suffered from for quite some time. Nevertheless, I think taking all the, ugly ass bitches and putting them in an army with a machete is a wise thing to do. I'm not. I think that that's the greatest idea since the invention of. I think it is.
The invention of what? What is that?
I don't know, but it's the number one.
Man, all right.
No, I'm joking.
Thank you.
I joke. Shout out to
my
my African brothers and sisters. I joke.
Shout out to Judales. I said Judelis. I couldn't see that, but I made it bigger so now I can see it. Judales. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Do appreciate that. Back at it.
With him, I'm in the fight with you, motherfucker.
Still got love for you.
Still got love for your raggedy, funky ass.
What the hell?
Shot in the store ass. But I ain't with no motherfucking niggas that just flat out say, oh, we don't fuck with black bitches.
All right. So when he say I'm in the fight with you,
they're fighting against you.
That's what I wanted to get to, because in embedded in what he's saying, it is a good conversation that could come out of that. If a black man is saying that, yeah, there are problems, but I'm in the fight with you. Let's work to figure this out. But okay, Corey Holcomb is also quoted as saying that sometimes to even out the odds against these bitches, you got, I believe he was quoted as saying that you got to, might have to sprinkle a little dope in the back of the baby stroller. You might have to plant some shit on her.
Yeah,
because she's calling the police on you. Like, uh-oh. That kind of flies in the face of what he's saying about that white woman who gonna call the police on you.
It's funny. I wonder, do they take that to jail with them? Like, I wonder that Brian Banks said, yes, we're in this together. Together. Was she saying that when they were hauling him off to jail for 8 years and his life was getting ruined? And his NBA or his NFL career was half gone when he got out, when all was said and done.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I don't think he ever.
But they were together. But who is he together with now? The bitch that didn't do that.
Okay. Maybe there's a such thing as a raggedy dude who mess with raggedy women. And he like, I'm raggedy, she raggedy, and we raggedy together. These are raggedy women. And we gonna have some duke it out, shoot 'em up, hood love, and that is what it is. That could be a thing. But what I'm saying is the dudes who are not raggedy, okay, they're on a quest for the non-raggedy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you can't make the argument we in it together with these raggedy bitches. Like that's not an acceptable argument. It goes back to what I said at the beginning when I kind of foreshadowed what was going to happen here. If you're talking about black men and black women staying together and being together, but you're not talking about the product improving, and you're essentially talking about he's basically saying accept the bad deal. This is a bad deal being with her. She's a raggedy bitch, but she's your raggedy bitch, and you have to accept that bad deal. Like if no cover, like if somebody is arguing that, I have to look at it as you're arguing against the best interest of black men in that case. Now, if somebody thinks that black men and black women should stick together, but they acknowledge the problems that exist and they can't come back together unless these problems are corrected, then I can stand with that person. I can stand with that person who says that.
Mm-hmm.
But the person who is saying take them as they are, that's basically the black woman argument. Accept me as I am. I can't stand next to that. I can't stand next to that for the plurality of black men, particularly those who got their head on straight, to just accept the problematic black women as they are. That part I can't go with that. Like that there is like what more than anything prompted me to go ahead and cover this and review this. But like that part right there, that is problematic. That is problematic that somebody holds that position. That is problematic.
Agree.
All right. All right. Rolling. It's almost at the end of it. It's only like 47 seconds left. Let's go.
Nigga, get your cake ass out of here. You a mark ass nigga.
Yeah.
And you would try to sneak a nigga with a motherfucking gun that's arguing with you in the front door. Cause I saw that shit.
Oh
I
God.
believe that nigga would have beat his ass.
Of course he would have. Pause right there. Of course he would have. Man, don't pretend like there isn't a man out there that can't whoop your that can whoop your ass. Don't pretend like you don't know when the shit's obvious that a nigga could whoop your ass. The fuck is wrong with you? Niggas like that is why guns exist. Like the father on the first Friday. You want some of this too, old man? No.
That wasn't the father. Well, that was Reg's. The one that deep. Yeah. That was. I thought you were talking about Cube's daddy. That
Oh no.
Yeah. Ronaldo Ray. Shout out to Ronaldo Ray.
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Yeah. But
and rest in peace, Steve-O. So yeah.
Oh damn, forgot about that.
Yeah, exactly. Damn. But you know. Stop trying to treat somebody like a punk when that's just shit that happens. When that's just shit that happens. There's a bunch of beat ass niggas in the world.
If somebody start kicking down the door to his studio, I'm pretty sure he's reaching for his gun.
Exactly.
Like, so again, black men do that to each other. When there's somebody you don't like, you will pull out any argument to try to invalidate them in some kind of way. And that's basically what he's been doing the whole time.
You went out like a punk because you had a weapon and you used it for situations that the shit was made for.
Yes. Somebody is, well, he didn't kick down the door. Either way it go, he interrupted. They working. He knew they was working. He knew they was on the air. He came there to cause problems. Yes, you supposed to grab your gun, stay in your house, create distance, and be prepared to use it if need be. That person is either going to walk in and get shot, or he's going to turn around, walk away, and leave. One or the other. You don't gotta get like always. You don't gotta. It's your own. If somebody come and interrupt you, try to attack you at your house, you don't have to duke it out.
Exactly.
At a bar or somewhere in public, is very possible you might have to, just start swinging. He didn't come at you with deadly force. Y'all two people who got into an argument and fists got balled up. All right, that you might not be that might not be a justified shooting. But if somebody come at you in your house when you're minding your business, that's a justified shooting.
Exactly.
so you can't say a man did something wrong for pulling out his gun in that situation. But again, that's what brothers do. Something that is normal, accepted behavior when somebody you don't like for whatever reason do it. Now you got to call the person out and say and make it seem like they're doing something wrong.
Exactly. And that's how the homie lost. That's how the homie lost.
You still own the homie. You still
honor shit. Like, why are you on some honor shit? You think the enemy is gonna be on some honor shit? Like, I bet you it's a bunch of colonized African tribes. Like, yeah, they wouldn't fight me without them muskets. You goddamn right, they wouldn't fight you without the goddamn muskets. That's why they won. Ass clown. That's why they won. Who in the hell thinks like that? People who chronically lose shit. Just like the fucking this country was built on motherfuckers who don't take a fair one. Fuck a fair one. This is war. Fuck that. This is life or death. Big ass gorilla nigga with dreads. Fuck you. This is fuck a fair one. Shut your ass, Obsidian. Shut the hell up. They lost. They lost, goddammit. That's why South Africa is South Africa, because they lost. And they lost with a motherfucking spear to the Maxim Gatling gun. They lost. They may have won the battle, but they lost the war. God damn it. That's why they speak English now. They lost. The hell are you talking about?
What's
They
the
beat the
actual
war.
what's the actual history on that? Break that down, because I don't know my history.
Okay, so there was a native tribe in South Africa who I forget who was very passive. Shaka Zulu was a member of the Zulu tribe, but I think he was like a bastard member of the Zulu tribe, and he allied with a more powerful kingdom. That kingdom gave him an army to take back his native kingdom to where he became king of. Now, when that super kingdom fought another, they used him as a warlord in that particular battle. He fought largely with whites to gain him an advantage in the region that's now Botswana. You know, so he did kick ass there, and yes, he did when he extraordinarily outnumbered them, meaning that he had more Zulus than they did bullets. He did win those battles. But guess what? At the end of the day, the nigga lost. He lost.
Okay. SKC, that white woman is offending my blackness.
She's not white.
Okay, that Asian woman
No,
is
it
offending
doesn't mean that you
my
will
blackness.
automatically win. But guess what? It means that you got a better chance than those without it.
Oh, why is she offending you, Bernard?
She's I don't. I'm just talking shit. who, who brought this white woman in my house? who, let this, who let this white woman in my house?
Nah, I mean, there's a lot of history on the whole the homie thing. I looked into it. There's a really good book from an author named John Reeder who did a biography of Africa, and he went over a lot of the things that happened in those at that time. And yeah, I mean the the homie were slave raiders. They raided other tribes and then they sold them to white people. And there was even this one part where the homie tribe unsolicitedly sent gifts to King George the First of slaves. He sent them like 40 slaves. And the king didn't even ask for them. And it had a note that stated, "If you ever need more slaves, we have an unlimited supply."
Yeah.
so
No, I mean he free sampled. He free sampled because there were many port nations and empires. There were many coastal empires that they could pull their slaves from, and he's like, "Listen, this is a sample of what we got." Yeah, it's a free sample.
yeah, and the homie, they even sold some of their own people into slavery.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
we're talking about the Zulus. Listen, ass clowns. Listen. If you want to bring a spear to a gunfight, then go right ahead. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. And just like those Brits were smart enough to say, I am not going to, try to use those hands against a Zulu motherfucker that's been walking around with no shoes his whole damn life. Why? Because they smart. That's how you win shit.
All
Stop trying to
right.
fight fair. Do you think the Vietnam tried to fight fair? Did the Vietnam say, okay, we'll send you our best fighter and you send us Muhammad Ali and whoever win the war? Nope, they didn't do that. They said, I am going to hide in the bush, hide in a tree, and jump out the motherfucking tree and stab a Navy SEAL on the goddamn top of his head. But I'm gonna win this motherfucker. See, that's what y'all talking. Y'all fight. Fuck that. Fuck that. The Americans said, oh, the British is really good at column fighting, at standing in an organized column and fighting and shit. They said, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take to the hills and snipe these motherfuckers behind trees. We're going to do whatever it take, God damn it. We're going to win this shit.
Well, one
All
other
this
thing that I
time
thought
we've
was
been bored. Fuck that
important.
trying to fight on equal terms. Myron did
Well,
the right thing. When you see a fucking 10-pack gorilla at the door, dreaded out and shit, nigga been to prisons and he do like one finger push-ups and shit. You pull a gun. Fuck that.
Well,
Game,
my only point, my only point, so that we're clear, with regard to military history, which has always been an interest of mine, Shaka Zulu's tactics were such that it beat the British, even though the British had superior arms.
Yeah.
We've seen this repeatedly throughout human history. Leonidas held off a much larger and well-equipped Persian army under Xerxes, who was the son of Darius, at Thermopylae. We see this again more recently with the Taliban, who successfully fought back against the United States over 20 years. We see this with General Giap, as you mentioned, Game Changer, Vietnam, with the Tet Offensive in particular. There have been many instances again and again throughout human history where in military terms, superior arms and superior forces did not determine the outcome of the battle. That's all I'm saying. I actually agree.
I get what you're saying. So
yeah, I actually agree with the part about Myron. My understanding was there was a intruder coming to his home with the purpose of trying to do harm to him. That's my understanding of it. Under those circumstances, and they're in Florida where they have stand your ground laws, he's within his rights, to do what he has to do to protect himself and his home and his person and his property. I stand with Myron on that.
So the battles that you're referring to, or the wars that you're referring to, they all have one thing in common, that they did not go directly against somebody with superior technology and superior arms. The Vietnam, you evade, it's cloak and dagger tactics that they use. They use in Teutoburg Forest. And now Leonidas did lose, and he did die to the spear of a Persian. Like, that's just how that happens. You don't meet people like that. You don't. Yeah.
Well, Leonidas's action, so that we're clear, Leonidas's action was not an all-out war action. That was part of a larger war that took place over long years, the Peloponnesian Wars, and his action.
The Peloponnesian Wars are against the Greeks.
Okay.
That's Greek on Greek.
Okay. So where was I? Oh, right. So Leonidas was attempting to hold off the Persians while the rest of the Greeks got their act together, and he did succeed. That was a stalling action.
No, just to be clear, at least for that year, they were conquered all over. All of Sparta and stuff like that. Now, later they rebelled against their colonizers, but they did lose that shit. And Xerxes went home and, did whatever niggas like Xerxes do. But, he did lose that shit. They don't talk about it, but they lost the shit.
Well, it wasn't a war. Like I said, it was an action. It was
it's
a
never
battle.
a war when you lose, just like the Vietnam War ain't a war to us.
It's a battle. No, there are specific terms for this. There was a battle in a larger war, and you're right that Leonidas and his small force of 300 did ultimately lose out. But the point is that the tactics that he used proved that you could go up against a much larger force and hold out much. As a matter of fact, one reason why Leonidas and his Spartans held out for so long was because of superior training. The average Persian didn't have anywhere near the amount of training, nor did they have the quality equipment that the Spartans had.
Well, I'll say this to kind of meet you guys in the middle. The type of weaponry that was brought to the continent during the time of the homies, where when these women make these comments where they say, well, the women had to fight because they had these cowardice men. And so, no, actually, by that time, there's this thing called the, what's the name of it? it was a type of machine gun, the first of its kind.
Maxim gun.
The Maxim gun, yes.
Yeah,
And that changed the entire game. So it
exactly.
didn't
That was
matter
a
how
game
many
changer.
Amazonian hardcore bees that you had out there, they weren't going to handle the Maxim gun, because the Italians showed that up in many places where they had the Maxim gun. The Germans showed it up as well, where they could take out 10,000 African warriors in a couple of minutes with a Maxim gun.
What I'm saying is, stop trying to fight fair. Stop trying to fight fair. That is the worst thing you can do. Unless it's like a personal reason that you have to do it, like a duel or something, or you're fighting for like individual honor. But outside of that, if you're fighting for a greater purpose, then don't fight fair. Especially with a fucking gorilla ass nigga that come beating down your door. Fuck that.
So
It's
the
not
tactic
fair to
of
fact that he's a fucking gorilla.
the tactic of putting out the gorilla women, that was a bad tactic. It didn't work. So for all of the claims that they put forth, those women accomplished nothing.
Gorilla women.
Yeah, let's get into that. SKC, I know you do a lot of research on stuff. How successful overall was this female regime?
-1.
Yeah.
-1. Like, what do you mean?
They didn't make a difference. They didn't turn any tides of any battles or anything. Nothing.
His words are true, Bernard. His words
They
are
just
true.
got killed. They just got killed like the other men got killed. That's it.
So what are we talking about?
So it was sort of so it was sort of like how, in a Glory, the movie with Denzel Washington,
right?
How they that movie, it was a good movie. It was a great movie. But at the end of the day, they basically, the black soldiers did, and when all was said and done, basically they just just marched into a suicide mission, basically.
No. They actually won some battles.
Yeah. I'm talking about that's fair enough.
And
Yeah,
they
did
war.
fight. They did fight well, and they did win. I was just thinking about the end of the movie. They did basically do like South Park, Operation Kill the Darkies. They did do that. They did do that to them at the end. No, that did happen.
The only thing that the homie women were good for were going and leading other legions into other tribes and taking slaves to sell to the white man. That's what they accomplished.
You're talking about the women?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what you said. The women were good at taking slaves.
Yes, at leading other groups of portions of the army to go fight other tribes and capture them and sell them to the white people.
This is true.
That's what they accomplished.
Yeah. So yeah, going back to the thing with Leonidas for a minute. Another very interesting factoid about them that makes them still studied at the Marine War College today is that the Spartans had this phenomenal kill rate, right? So the average Spartan's kill rate was like off the chain. You get one Spartan could kill, a ridiculous number of Persians. And keep in mind, the Spartans did not use, and this is where the movie that Frank Miller's graphic novel or comic book, essentially about 300, they do have accurate. The Spartans did not use projectile weapons. That is to say, slingshots, slings, bow and arrow, where the Persians did use bow and arrow. They didn't have any archery. They only had infantry, which was they had infantry, they had the spear, and then they had the short gladius. That's it. And the gladius that they would use for, hand-to-hand combat, they would use it. And it's basically you just stick somebody with it. So basically their main weapon was the spear, which they could throw. They could throw the spear. They did show that in the film. But
Obsidian, just a question to you. Give me, because you studied it more than I have, but what percentage of that battle would you give to their location? It was being a pinch point,
easily 50%, easily. And that's the other reason why Leonidas is so thoroughly studied to this day, is because terrain makes a big difference. I mean, to use a fictional example, not final, but you get what I'm going with this. The duel between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker on Mustafar. Obi-Wan Kenobi is such a phenomenal general, not because of his power with the Force, but because his understanding of the tactical lay of the land. Sun Tzu talks about this in The Art of War, the various terrains of land. He understood the terrain of land, and that's why we all know that toward the end of the duel, he says to Anakin, it's over. I got the high ground. Understanding where you are, you being, situational awareness and understanding the tactical lay of the land, as it points out, Sun Tzu points out in The Art of War, is hugely important. That's decisive. And General Jack used that to his advantage too in Vietnam, by the way.
I agree. And that's how the Persians won. They said, you know something, we are going to seek advantage and not try to be brave and fight these gorilla ass white boys head up. We tried fighting them up. We tried fighting them head up and it didn't work. So now we're going to sneak around. We're going to get the high ground using a trail that was given to us by a hunchback. We're going to do that and we're going to surround these motherfuckers.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying. No, but see, these
you're right. You're right. It's called encirclement. Yeah.
Yeah, these are tactics. And you want to know how Greece fell? They fell to the Romans who did the exact same shit, except they did it first. The Romans, because 300 years later, the Romans read history and they said, oh, you know what the Persians wound up doing? The Greeks did the same damn thing. They lined up in Thermopylae the same damn way. The Romans was like, fuck that. We know that there's a back door to this motherfucker. We're going to take that and we're going to take all the Greeks. And that was it for the Greeks. Why? Stop trying to fight people regular. They're not going to give you a fair one. This is war.
What do you got in the private chat, Game Changer? You just put something from Wikipedia in there. What is that?
Oh, the Peloponnesian Wars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Game Changer is correct. That the Peloponnesian War is about the city-states of Greece that were kind of duking it out. So it's basically a civil war, but it all runs together with the Persian situation. Then you had the Peloponnesian War. Another example of Thermopylae, by the way, Supreme King Kun, that most people don't know as much about, occurred on water, and that would have been the Straits of Salamis. That's what the 300 sequel was all about Themistocles, who essentially had Marines, land sea-based infantry. They were going up against Darius's navy, and it was able to suck them into the Straits of Salamis, which is basically the naval version of what Leonidas did at Thermopylae, where all
didn't they get them into like the shallows?
Yeah, that's correct. The Straits of Salamis, where they sucked in the ships into the shallow bay in Greece, right off of Athens, and forced a lot of the ships to run into each other, also run aground and stuff like that. And it made it a lot easier for Themistocles' forces, marine forces, to board other ships and stuff like that. Because that's essentially what Marines are for. Marines are sea-based infantry, and they're really good at boarding other ships and stuff like that. Also taking beachheads and things of that nature, like what you see in Troy with Brad Pitt's Achilles. His Myrmidons, they go and take the beach. That's what Marines are ideally for. The sea-based infantry.
And that's curious. That is another thing. Achilles knew, the Greeks knew not to fight fair. See, the people like, oh, he pulled a gun. They said, listen, I am going to gift a horse signifying surrender and then not surrender. I am going to use my lie about surrender to take your shit. When all is fair.
Game changes into it.
I want to be fair with this shit. There's no fair.
Well, I'm curious as to what you three think about Corey Holcomb's stand in it moments. These are raggedy bees.
I cracked up laughing when I heard him say that. I understood what he was getting at, but I'm going to be very diplomatic here. I'm be very diplomatic. I understand who I am and where I am, so I got to be very diplomatic. I would prefer if Fresh and Fit had a different style and way of doing things. That being said, I defend their right both Fresh and Fit, Myron and Walter. I defend their right to love who they want to love, man. I can't get behind anybody, and that includes Corey Holcomb, that read black men. I can't get behind anybody knocking another black man's right to love who he wants to love. We all Americans, man. We got to stand behind the First Amendment. I'm for the right to freedom of association and for the right for those brothers, freedom of speech, to have their say. If they don't want to date black women and they have a particular view of black women and so on and so forth, they have the right to say that. And I got to support that. So no, I can't go with Corey Holcomb stand-in, even though it was funny. I can't go with his stand-in at argument. I can't go along with that.
You need those back to you need those back to back. The Ayana Van Zant, stand in it with a black woman. Then you got to come back with it with the horrid couple. These are ragged me.
Exactly. I was like, I can't. No, bro, I can't go along with you talking about some stand in it. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. The brothers have a right to love who they want to love. Now, again, like I said, I would prefer it if they went about things a bit differently, but that's another topic. I support their right to love who they want to love, man. That's their right to do. And that's what the Black Manosphere is. Well, part of what the Black Manosphere is all about is standing up for black men's rights, both legal and cultural or social.
What issue do you have with Fresh and Fit? Because I'm unaware. I don't really watch their.
Well, I'd rather not go into it all right now. I'd rather not discuss all that in detail.
No. Oh no. Okay. Well, I was just wondering, what is wrong with their delivery of what they said? Did they say it in some type of derogatory way, or?
Well, yeah, I'd rather not go into that. I'll email you all my critiques. I'll email you my critiques, but I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on Fresh and Fit. And we could debate whether they're part of the Black Manosphere or not. But as black men that are content creators, as black men that are very successful, I admire their success and their work ethic. Yeah, they have the right to love who they want to love, man. I can't be against their right to do that. They have the right to love who they want to love, and they have the right to speak. Listen, what's fascinating to me in all this, and I can't speak for Corey Holcomb, but I'm speaking more generally in the Black American situation. What's fascinating to me is how black women can say all kind of horrendous stuff about black men, and nobody really have a problem with that. I mean, what if you think that what Fresh and Fit said, the whole Asian doll thing and all that sort of thing, if you think in the black dating app and all the rest of it, if you think that's bad, just go back and review the many things that black women have said. Just look at the songs that black women put out. Because the argument is, and there was a lady that hit me with this earlier today on Facebook. Y'all make y'all money denigrating and putting down. No, she said the word put down black women. I said, listen, is No Scrubs a put down to black men? Is Bills a put down to black men? Is What Has He Done Lately? Is that a put down to black men? Is You Better Go and Call Tyrone? Is that a put down to black men? Is Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent? Is that a put down to black men? These black women have made millions putting down black men, and we're just supposed to take it. No. We have a right to be heard, and we have a right to make $1 off of it, and black men have the right to love who they want to love.
I gotta get that clip, man. These are raggedy bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's
man.
You can take it from here. You can go to Baller X. Yeah, that's where I lifted it from. You go to, I think Baller X2 is the name of the channel who clipped Corey Holcomb doing that, and you can get that clip. So yeah,
Corey is a typically comedians are generally very smart individuals because they look at things from a variety of angles.
I agree.
I'm confused as to why he would make such a statement. I mean, because he does a lot of great comedy, but on this issue, it seems like his mind is kind of pigeonholed.
No, I took that as, and this was me and Game Changer talked about earlier, And a lot of black men be doing that, all throughout black YouTube and in this space in general. They will weaponize a bad argument, an argument that they know is a bad argument, but if they can levy it at somebody who they dislike for whatever reason, because he started the show pretending like he didn't know who they were, but then he named every attribute, even to their country of origin. He seemed to be aware of. So he was pretending like he didn't know who they were, but then he revealed through the conversation he knew exactly who the hell they was. He was naming all kind of details about stuff that happened on their shows. So so he knew who they were. So he came out the gate throwing shade. He came out the gate throwing shade, pretending like he didn't know who they were. And then he wanted to find a way to try to, I guess, kick some dirt on them. And I guess the only thing he had is their statements about black women. So he went in on them about that. But the fact of the matter is, he said infinitely worse things about black women than what Fresh and Fit have. Only thing Fresh and Fit has said is that I mean they have said some bad things, but I guess the deal breaker is I'm not going to stick my penis in them. So it's like, so yeah.
I mean, really, it's bad. It's bad. And Bernard, if I could say this, what's fascinating to me, and I have noticed this. I'm noticing a disturbing trend. I'm feeling a disturbance in the force. Where do brothers get off wanting to go? Because there's some brothers that went after me. Well, we should be able to talk about your woman because you talk about black women. I said, hold it. You mean to tell me now the black women that I go after, now I'm one of the rare black manospherians. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but I'm one of the rare few that has actually gone toe-to-toe with card-carrying black feminists. Okay? Black feminists who have gone on record saying that black men ain't sugar honey iced tea. Okay? They've gone on record in saying that. Black women who say all kind of crazy stuff about black men, but and wouldn't piss on the brothers that are. You got to play that thing. You play that little clip, Bernard, on your show. The white knight. It was he. You going in jumping out the window for these bros. They wouldn't piss on you to put you out if you was on fire. And now you're telling me because I went in on them, that gives you the right to go in on whoever I'm with. Do you see the logic here? So look at Corey Holcomb. Like you said, Bernard, I done heard him say some crazy stuff that Fresh and Fit ain't never said about black women. All right, he does it in comedic form, but nevertheless, you be like, damn, that's you laughing at it like, damn, that's kind of messed up. Now he's going to go and seize the parapet on behalf of the sisters. It was he. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's that's basically my analysis of it. That he needed something bad to say about him. I mean, I don't know if it's like just good old fashioned crab in a barrel jealousy, but he had to say something bad about him. He had to say something bad about him, and that was what he had. And it made it coming from him. It's an all around weird, off putting thing. It was weird. It's a weird, off putting thing because, like I said, he said, "Oh well, Charles Merchant is saying bipolar." And shout out to Jackie Jack, by the way. Thank you for that super sticker. I appreciate that. Charles Merchant has said bipolar, but I can't even say that. I think it's just something that we see in general. People will pull out the arguments of the people who we quite often defend or are at odds with. They will pull out those arguments and point those shoot those daggers and arrows and whatnot at other black men when they don't like the black man for something completely separate than their position on said issue. That's my best analysis of it, and that's why there was even times when he was talking where he didn't look exactly comfortable in what he was saying. He just was all over the place. So yeah,
well, maybe he was using the whole thing of we's family. These are raggedy bees. Don't you talk about them?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
I can talk about these raggedy bees, but they
all. Yeah, and that's how I read it. I read it the same way, Supreme King Cool. That he was trying to use these are essentially the way I read it was that Corey had a problem. If you want to say that he has an argument, his argument it really boils down to this: he doesn't like these fresh off the boat Negroes talking down on Adolf's black women. That's how I.
That didn't come up until later in the conversation. If he would have made that distinction at the beginning, like he would have basically put them in like some other category, like y'all are some other group. These are our women to criticize. They're not y'all's to criticize. Like I didn't hear him say that. If he would have said that, I would at least understood the internal logic of his position. Like, it's almost like if some white dudes was had on a YouTube channel, talking to junk about black women, and we talk, it would be off-putting. But he didn't categorically put them until the very end with as some category of other. Game changer. You was about to say something?
No, I was just saying, like, yeah, I agree. It did come too late, and but more importantly,
That's how you know he was fishing.
Well, it was Fresh that said it, right? About the no black butts thing. Wasn't that Fresh that said it?
Yeah, it was both of them. Mostly Myron is the one. Myron did most of the talking. He was the one said the no night riders or whatever the hell. I mean,
that's how I remember it. Myron was the one.
Myron
He
is
said
the
night
MC.
rider.
So Night Riders, and there's some other things he said. But what the way I interpreted what Myron was saying, since we're going to parse this out, what I interpreted Myron saying at the time was he wasn't making a blanket indictment of black women. He was talking about a specific subset of black women, the ratchets, the proverbial big booty, hood chicks. That's how I took what he was saying.
Good point. So, so it means that Corey could have been like straw manning.
Possibly. I mean, it came off like they don't mess with black women, but then they said we mess with
pejorative, then that pejorative Night Rider could mean that, a personality type.
No, Night Rider as they call they use that word Night Rider all the time to refer to different stuff. So I don't even know what they mean when they say
that's what I'm saying.
Rider.
We don't know what they mean. We don't know if they meant like the plurality of black women or if they meant like a personality type that a lot of black women possess.
They said they mess with some red. They said they mess with some red bones. Basically, if you really parse out what they're saying, they don't mess with hood chicks. That's really that's really if you parse it out. But they said it in like a Tommy Sotomayor, I'm not going to make a distinction because I don't want to give nobody an out kind of way. So they said it in a broad general way, but I do think it meant I do think it meant hood chicks basically. Yeah. They don't want no ghetto. They don't want to mess with no ghetto chick. And they're in Miami, and they got the most amazing funnel of women that come to their house every day. So they don't even have to deal or even bother with trying to sort out which ones are problematic and which ones are not. They just deal with the either white or racially ambiguous women that just roll through that come to their show. So I mean, it's just that's where they at with it. I mean, to me, it's not a big deal. To me, it's not a big deal, and it was shocking to see Corey Holcomb jump out the window on that one when it came to them. It was.
I mean, there could be an easier solution. It could have been just Holcomb was making a little bread off of it, and that was that.
That's true.
What do you mean by making a little bread off of it?
I mean, it's money, views.
Oh, so he okay. So you're saying he wanted to talk. Okay, so you're saying he wanted to talk a little shit about them.
Yeah.
Hopefully people cover it, and he,
controversy
algorithm go a little viral, and Fresh and Fit talk a little. Ooh, he a genius, and if Fresh and Fit smart, they won't reply because Corey Holcomb will let them have it.
You don't have to be smart at this point. Fresh and Fit have suffered so much, with their replies, Alba and Preach and stuff. Like, I think they learned a lesson by now.
Yeah. I wouldn't advise either way. I mean, Corey, if you talked about the whole war thing and not going straight up against somebody, this is a situation, game changer that Fresh and Fit would do well not to go toe to toe with Corey Holcomb. I would not advise him to do that.
Yeah, Corey Holcomb. Yeah, when he goes in on people, and especially, he's pretending to not know him. He do his research and he found out all that stuff about Fresh and and the sugar baby and all that. Oh, he clown him. He clown him real hard. Like so yeah, they would be smart not to reply. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think they are that smart. Like when Alba and Preach, another gorilla, it's like, okay, replying don't really do much good for us. We talked about the man's wife and this is what happened. So let's not reply.
Because they're
I
not
think
funny like that. They're just not that funny. They're not funny like that. They're
humor's not their thing either. Exactly.
yeah, they're not funny like that. You're going to go up against people like that. These are professional comedians. They know how to roast and stuff like that. Like people,
Agreed.
like certain people know not to go after me like that because they know what I'm going to do. I'm gonna get on there and roast them, slow roast them. So certain people, it's just better just not to say nothing at all. Just don't even respond to it.
No, I agree. I mean that goes back to what we was talking about battle tactics. No win, directly.
Yeah. Don't say nothing. I hope they're smart enough to just and have enough discipline enough to just let it ride, just let it pass.
Yeah. I mean, if not, then they're extremely unaware of their own shortcomings, which life will be hard.
All right, GC, what do you think about what Edward Anderson is saying? He's saying Corey is up there with Jap and David Carroll, but he will say it's just jokes. Excuse me, and hide behind that bullshit. I think. Yeah, so, what do you think you mean by that?
As far as when you say David Carroll and Jap, as far as like how explicit he is with his critiques of black women. I don't know Corey well enough to know, but from what you tell me, yeah, he does seem like he's of that style. I mean, I think it's what SKC is saying. It's either content strategy or as Obsidian always say, degradation of character. Or
derogation of competitor. That's how I interpreted it from the start.
Yeah, that's
when
what
somebody,
I was
you referenced Tommy earlier in the show, and you said, "Oh, he'll never just go at somebody just because they're bigger than him." He was being sarcastic, but yeah. So it looked like that. It looked that's my biggest interpretation of that. When somebody is going after somebody just because this person is bigger than them, that person could agree with them on 95% of everything. They're going to make a mountain out of the molehill of the 5%, and people be building whole channels and whole movements on stuff like that. So yeah,
I agree. I think that might have had like a large portion, that's a large percentage of what he was doing with that. But he obviously knows who they are, and he's going after them accordingly, because really it didn't take much to spark the whole thing. It seemed like somebody mentioned them in the soup or in the chat room. Amongst all the chats in the chat room, they mentioned that, and he just goes off.
Yeah. What do you think about Fresh and Fit? Oh, I never heard of him, but he had 10 minutes of commentary on him.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep,
so, I mean, it's interesting, but it really shows where loyalty lies because, like, he will unite himself with the culture that that he disagrees with for money or like what, or to take down somebody who he sees as competition.
I wonder, like, what it Holcomb's I guess viewership and everything. I mean, does he get a lot of black female support?
I doubt it. I would imagine he gets a percentage, but no, I don't think they're his audience. They're his audience. I could see some of them watching just out of just being entertained by him. I mean, he is entertaining, he is funny. He do make some good points, but overall, pretty much, I wouldn't be shocked if he had if his audience and demographics were, I was going to say similar to the Manosphere, but then again, he is famous outside of YouTube, so that could make his female viewership be higher. But most of us got 90% male audiences, so I wouldn't be shocked if his was similar given his rhetoric. That's just
Then what's the point of siding with the sisterhood?
It's not siding with the sisterhood, SKC. It's siding against Fresh and Fit.
There it is.
That's the way he sees it.
Okay.
I think a lot of
Okay,
people, it's a lot of people siding with the sisterhood to go after certain people.
Yeah,
Like that.
exactly.
That's the thing.
like,
Yeah,
okay, who does that?
That's
Who
a
does?
whole thing. That's a whole thing.
Who sides with the sisterhood as to use them as a weapon against someone else? I'm
Half the manosphere at this point. All
yeah.
right.
I don't. I mean, it's hard to like who's not doing that. Like whenever, almost every time that there's a manosphere beef, they side with the sisterhood.
Yeah.
wow. Okay. Well,
You know.
I don't know. I guess I just haven't been around enough. I don't.
And I don't understand that. Why is it that, I mean, again, this is going against black men here. So why are you siding with black women who don't have a very high opinion of black men? It wouldn't piss on you to put you out if you was on fire, but you're going to go up against another brother because he said something about black women that you don't like. Make that make sense. That's some Stockholm syndrome. That's BFF Stockholm syndrome. That's what that is.
No, I mean you. Well, let me ask you this. On a slight segue, you say that they're coming after your girl. What are they doing? What are they saying?
The argument goes like this: because Obsidian talked about black women, therefore, ergo, we have the right to talk about her. Now, they don't make the distinction. They said it would be one thing if I would just, for example, I'll give you an example of what I mean. So take Gabby Sidibe, right? So when Gabby Sidibe announced that she was getting married, now this is before she actually got married. My understanding is that she actually got married very recently, within the last month or so. Mm-hmm. But this was back last year, I think it was, like around Thanksgiving time, thereabout, when she was announcing that she was getting married. So she got engaged. A number of brothers wanted to go after her, because of the white guy that she was with and all that. And I was like, no, don't do that. And the reason why was simple. Gabby ain't never put her mouth on black men like that. She never knocked black men. She never denigrated black men. She never exalted white men over black men. She never did any of that.
So the way you said that, Gabby ain't never put her mouth on black men like that.
She ain't never did that. So I was like, no. We don't go after people like that. We have some kind of code, some kind of discipline here. Give her a pass, right? If I'd have went in on Gabby Sidibe, I can understand these knuckleheads saying, well, we got to go in on Obsidian woman. I only go after sisters under certain circumstances. They have to meet a certain criteria. One, they have to hang out a shingle that they are in one way or another anti-black male. So, for example, the black feminist Feminista Jones, who I clowned again. Yo, man, did you hear about how she's a Bernard? Did you? And you like this too, Game Changer. Feminista Jones, Miss Millennium Falcon Butt herself, goes on the feminist dating app Bumble and strikes out not just with black men, but with black women too.
Well, I seen your poster on that, and yeah, I can imagine that. How did you find that?
Oh, come on, brother. I have my ways.
No, I mean people, because I mean everybody knows that you're a critic of her stuff, but so I'm pretty sure somebody sent that to you, like, ain't that Feminista Jones? And yeah, but no, that's interesting, yeah, and I can imagine her not doing that well. Now, I will say this about Bumble and Tinder and apps like that. I assume that brothers just go on and swipe right to everything with Tinder.
Oh yeah. It's matter of fact, there's been studies that have been done on that. I can't remember the exact. It's basically like the Uzi strategy, right? You just spray and pray. It's pretty much
exactly. So I'm surprised with that she would still do poorly. And
that's
also,
right.
Well, okay, wait. Hold on, time out. How are you defining that she struck out? Are you saying she literally got no matches or no replies after she messaged first?
Good question. So what happened is, to answer Game Changer's question, I got this on Instagram, on her Instagram. Now, what happened? Let me back up and explain how I did it. So, one of the big questions that I always had about Kevin Samuels, his meteoric rise to internet fame in the last 2 years, one of the questions I always had was, where are the black feminists? Because as Bernard knows, black feminists are quick to dish on whatever. I mean, they go to their Twitter, they go to their social media perch, and they dishing on whatever happens in the day, right? But they all got real quiet with Kevin, though. You would never hear them go after Kevin until he died. So he dies May 5th. The next day, right? Feminista Jones is talking shit about him on her Instagram. Now, she had already talked trash about him on her Twitter. And that is what got my attention. And while I was on her Instagram, I was, checking out some other things. And I saw, because Bumble's got all the yellow. So I saw that, caught my eye. She posted up a chat message, right, of her and a guy on Bumble, right? And he basically comes across as like a Captain Caveman type, knuckle dragging type. But my thing is, yeah, but you chose him though. Because we all know, everybody knows how Bumble works. The woman has to choose the man. In order for him, he can't talk to you unless you choose him. So she chose him to start rapping. And you find out that he's a caveman. Well, whose fault is that? Then one of her followers, Game Changer, asks her, because he's dusty, he this, he that. I'm like, yeah, but if he's dusty, doesn't that make you a dust mop? A big one? In your case, a big ass dust mop? Because how do you, again, how does it work on Tinder? You have to reach out to the man first, right? So then one of her followers asks her, well, did you try out trying to Bumble women? And she said, yeah, I did try it, but every woman that I bumbled on there wanted to bring me back home to their man as a prize. So I'm like, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You are striking out with not just men, but you're also striking out with women on Bumble. The feminist who calls herself a feminist in her name is striking out with men and women on the world's first and biggest feminist dating app. I mean, the jokesters start writing themselves at this point. They really do. And now we see the reason why Feminista Jones ain't had no smoke for Kevin Samuels, because we all know what would have happened. And you know how he does. He played that Young Guns clip, "I'll Make You Famous," and she'd have been the clip all over World Star Hip Hop. So she kept her mouth shut until he was dead. So I wouldn't clown her. Clown the crap out of her. Matter of fact, I got a podcast coming up about that. A standalone podcast, because Miss Brown Sugar couldn't even believe it. She was like, wait a minute. We talked about it, right? She's like, wait a minute, hold it.
Well, so I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying about a code in line. I have a code too, but I do go off on Gabrielle Sidibe. I just like you feel that being a feminist or speaking against men is a violation. I think that being fat as hell is also a viation.
Yeah, I knew you was gonna go there. I knew that. I saw it coming. Yeah,
exactly. But I don't get. So you say that they're trying to make excuse or justifications for coming at Brown Sugar, but
right.
Are they coming at Brown Sugars, or are they just like looking for justifications to do it?
A little bit of both. There have been a few guys who tried their hand and they found out really quickly what happens when they do that. Because see, there's an old saying, it's attributed to Mark Twain, that goes like this: you never want to make enemies out of people who buy ink by the barrel. And not only do I buy ink by the barrel, but I got a really big microphone too, and I got a lot of time. I can take any time and just go in. So brothers find out, those intrepid fools who want to try it, find out really quickly what happens when they try doing something like that. So,
okay, all right. Like, I didn't know. I mean, and I go by the same code. Like, if I'm talking to Gabby's husband, I'm not gonna say what I think. There is a certain amount of respect that you give a dude's wife that you. He ain't
never done nothing to me. He ain't never done nothing to any brothers in the black man sphere. The man is just trying to live. I ain't got no beef with that. I go at. Now I know you have your you have your variation on the code the way I do, but I specifically go after black women who put their mouth on black men. I slow roast them. I reserve the right to roast them after years and years of finished roasting. Like I did this Feminista Jones. I reserve the right. I basically have a roast forever pass with Feminista Jones. I reserve the right to go back and roast her at any time, for any reason, for as long as I want, based on the skullduggery that she's done on black men. And this situation with Bumble, oh my God, I might have to go and do another live on it, because it's so ironic. The irony is so delicious. Feminisha Jones striking out on a feminist dating app with men and women. You can't make this shit up.
Well, I do want to say that
Wait, hold on, real quick.
our
Hold your
code is
thought,
simple.
GC. If I want to just say something real quick about Gabrielle Sidibe. I agree the brothers shouldn't be going in that much. But I bare minimum at least had to, and I still got the picture up, so I'm going to go ahead and click on it. I had to make fun of her arm being bigger than his torso. That's funny. I just had to. Okay. She caught a couple jokes.
Mhm.
But overall, the race thing is nah. It ain't no reason to be going in on that.
No, I agree. I mean,
aspect of it.
and I don't go
But she
in
caused
on
some
her.
jokes though. She caused some jokes. Just a
No,
little
I
bit.
don't go in on her, for that reason, because she's not. I mean, there are bigger code violators. Like the black community, unfortunately, has a whole lineup of greater violators than her for just being big. But I'm just saying, like,
Mhm.
I don't give her a pass just because she remains silent. Because I mean, Obsidian's code is as long as she don't put her mouth on black men. My code is as long as she don't put her mouth on donuts. But that's where it's a slight variation.
So to you guys, and just getting your opinion, who's worse off in your book, Sibade or Lizzo?
Lizzo by a wide margin because she's both.
Exactly. Her behavior. She's flaunting it.
How wide a margin of city?
Very wild. We're looking about at least if you took like 4 or 5 Ronald Reagan class the aircraft carriers and put them abreast like that, it still wouldn't be a wide enough.
Okay, just break that down for me so far as the difference that you guys come up with.
Well, I mean, Lizzo tries to gain attention, and she's trying to force fat acceptance. Where Gabrielle Sidibe is more like, I just want people to accept me, not my fatness.
Correct.
So yeah, it's a huge distinction. Lizzo is promoting it as a lifestyle, and I think that Gabrielle Sidibe actually enjoys more being unique as a fat woman in Hollywood.
Correct.
So it's very different. And Gabrielle Sidibe don't really do much outside of what's on her script, even if her script is very similar to the Lizzo lifestyle. Where Lizzo, she's off script making a damn ass of herself.
Yeah. And not a very good looking one either. I saw that one picture. I saw the most recent picture. Oh my God. It was etched in my mind. I'm like, that's a very traumatic experience for me.
Yeah, so she's an attention whore, and she does do damage to, she does cause a lot of fresh and fits reaction to black women, because when they say that they're not into black, that is what they're talking about. Like none of these guys are shooting down Lori Harvey with Aisha Curry personality. They're just not.
You know what you just said right there, that's why, and you said earlier in the show that when people say that, oh, I don't mess with black women, they're not really saying they don't mess with black women. They're saying that the black women that they would mess with, they can't get. That's really what they're saying. There are black women that you will mess with. You just probably can't get them.
Yeah, Hillary Banks
available to you. You're not going to mess with them.
Yeah,
that's really what they're saying.
No, Hillary Banks. I did have a tough time, and I still do have a tough time with those blue-blooded, raised around white girls, black girls. I did have trouble with that. So, but I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna mess with black women, knowing that I would mess with Hillary Banks and Ashley Banks.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's a very good question, Supreme King Coon, because
3-1 on that one.
That's a really good question you asked, Supreme King Coon, because Lizzo, Game Changer's point is very apt. Lizzo is different from Gabby in that Gabby just doing her. So my view is, and I definitely understand where Game Changer's coming from. Absolutely. My take on that is, if you're a plus size sister, we're gonna use that language because I don't want to get Bernard in trouble. If you're a plus size,
we said all kind of crazy shit. It don't matter.
If you're a plus size sister and you just living your life a la, Gabby Sibiday, I'm inclined to give you a pass, even though I understand where Game Changer's coming from. Where my distinction versus his is, if you're Lizzo If you're a plus size sister and you make it your business to be an activist, you trying to push fat acceptance on all other men. It's one thing if brothers, like for example, the brother from another mother who found Gabby Sidibe attractive and proposed her. That's his business. I don't have a problem with that. The problem I got is with these ladies like Lizzo, like Feminista Jones, body positivity and all this nonsense. They want to ram it down the throats of the rest of the black men. Now that's where I got a problem with it. If you want to go and live your life and do your thing, and guys want to pay to see you, or guys want to marry you, I got no problem with that. I do have a problem with Lizzo showing her natural behind at the Lakers game. She wasn't invited. She wasn't the halftime act. She went there and showed her natural behind. I got a problem with that.
I just liked how Kobe got his family and dipped.
It's shenanigans. Like, yeah, I don't like Lizzo shenanigans.
So basically, you guys are saying that in a roundabout. I'm not trying to make any puns here, but in a roundabout way, she's trying to use her stature and her fame in order to affect culture, and I think that has a direct effect upon black people, and it's a thing of, oh, okay, well, no, these black men, they gonna accept these fat women. You're gonna accept it, and you're gonna love it.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
They're using their platform to spread their ideology with the hopes of inceptioning it into the minds of people, of women to be okay with being fat, and for men to accept fat women. And yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
that's what everybody does. That's how propaganda works, and apparently everybody's propaganda works except for black male propaganda. Anyway.
Well, I don't think it's working on Bronny James.
No, and it's not working on black men. It's not working on, because this, to take it a step further from what Bernard was saying, what these black women, Jones, Lizzo, and all the rest of it, what these black women really want to do, and the reason why they were really pissed off at Kevin, because they want the high value brothers that they really want to accept them. So they figure if they could do all this propaganda and all the rest of it, that it will shame these brothers into doing it. And what they don't understand about the high value brothers like this, but they don't get, these brothers use their money and their resources to basically put up a moat around themselves, basically put up a wall that separates themselves. If you can picture like a castle or a fort, a bit high ass wall and a moat to separate themselves from the Lizzos and the Feminista Joneses, and fix it to where only the women that they want can get through the gate. And they don't understand that. It doesn't work.
Hey, why when you said that Obsidian, I started picturing those ogres on Lord of the Ring trying to get into their castle.
What do you call them, orcs?
No, those
the
are ogres.
Age of man is over.
you had the orcs, but then you had the ogres.
Right.
That's to get into the gate. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like that. These women think that they can shame high value brothers into accepting them. And that doesn't work.
I have a question about that then, Obsidian. Could it be that you shoot for the moon and then you get what you get afterwards? So take for instance this. They shoot at the guys that are the high of the high. But then the actual aim and result becomes, okay, the guys underneath them accept it and just go along with it.
Yeah.
Well, SKC, it would be fine if they were doing that, but they're not. Like, average at best, she's not shooting below six figures at all, and she still remains single and average at best.
Correct.
Actually, less than average at best.
Correct.
No,
but I bet you that there's some dudes that I can almost guarantee you that there are some DM dudes that are getting in there.
Maybe.
Yeah, but those aren't the guys that these women want. So you're right. I mean, big women will always get dick. The problem is, will they be able to be, get the Gabby Sidibe treatment, for example? And high value brothers in Black America ain't going for that, and that's the reason why they really didn't like Kevin. Because Feminista Jones said in her critique of Kevin, she specifically used the words fat shaming. I bust out laughing when I heard that. She really didn't like that. I was like, yes, Kevin gets the win even in death. Yes, he still gets the win. Big Shirley, that's right. Go in on Big Shirley.
Like, right. I don't know. I don't think any of those chicks could handle a functioning relationship.
I agree. I do think that there is a point of inexperience that a person can gain to where, because a lot of women do have like the dating experience and the relationship experience of a teenager. However, they don't have the body of a teenager, of an 18-year-old. So, yeah. No, I mean, so it's like all around bad. It's like,
All right, we got something interesting on the table here.
Okay.
Jim Rat is saying, with no evidence, but interesting idea, interesting thing on the table. He said Melanie King said Fresh and Fit reached out and wanted her to be on their show.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's expected.
I saw it when I was watching Melanie King the other night, and she said it. She said that they reached out to her and wanted on, and she wondered out loud, why would they want me on the show? I'm an old woman, why would they want me on there? I hit the wall. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see.
Well, okay. Obsidian and SKC, Melanie King or Melanie Monaco?
I don't. Who's Melanie Monaco? The name is vaguely familiar, but I don't know who that exactly.
Chick to do the Pineapple Show.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know. I don't know either one. So
you pulling a Corey Holcomb, pretending you don't know who somebody is?
No, man, I really don't.
These are Black women, so it makes sense that he wouldn't.
Oh yeah, the Pineapple Lady. Yeah. I know who you're talking about now. Well, I'll try to offer an answer from the standpoint of actually having a conversation about these issues. That is to say, red pill issues, I guess you could say.
No, I'm talking about just pure hotness. Like, who's sexier?
Oh, shoot. Oh, sheer hotness. Probably Monaco.
Yeah, I agree.
Based on what I've seen of her, probably Monaco. Yeah.
Looks must be. I mean, they're in a realm, I guess, where it's subjective, because to me, it was Melanie King kind of easily. Yeah, but I guess it's some subjectivity to looks. I guess when it comes
you like them old, Bernard. You like them. You like.
I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about Monaco, but she reads to me as at best early 30s. At best, I don't know. But I have a hard time believing she's older than that. It's possible, but I get the sense that she's hovering somewhere around late 20s, early 30s, somewhere in there. Whereas Melanie King is 40. She's had 2 children, and recently within the last year or 2 divorced. So there's that. I mean now that being said, Melanie King, I'm 53, and I've been on a tear about this topic of late about silver fox guys in Black America being demanded to accept subpar Black women. Among Black women 40 and above, Melanie King is like, damn near a unicorn. It's rare to find a woman like that over 40. That's rare, very rare. I was looking at Danny Glover's new squeeze. My understanding is that she's in her 50s. If that's true, that's like, that's almost impossible. What I mean? I was like, I mean, really?
Well, I mean,
that's the truth.
No, it's technology. It's not. It's more technology than it is nature.
She's a bonded woman then, because
all right. I trust Edward Anderson's judgment on this. Melanie King or Melanie Monaco?
Come on,
putting it all on. You muted, Ed. Unmute yourself. I don't know. Is it? I mean, I'm looking at Melanie.
They're saying that Monica is 40 years old. Is that true?
No, they're saying Melanie is over 40.
No. Monica. They're saying Monica, the Pineapple Lady. They're saying she is 40 right now. So if that's true,
that doesn't seem right. It doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. We're talking about the Pineapple Lady. If you all know what we're talking about, the whole thing with the nuclear physicist guy and all the rest of it, the Pineapple Lady. They're saying in the chat room she is 40. She's not 30 something. She's 40. Now, if that's true, now we got a whole nother conversation to have here.
Well, no, she still wins. I mean, she's younger, hotter, sexier, childless. She wins on
if
on
she's
all of those
40,
fronts.
if she's 40, the same age. But I mean, I really don't. I mean,
Oh, if she's a day younger, she's younger, hotter. Yeah, yeah,
oh,
and she
come
got
on.
the hair that don't like to bite.
I,
Oh hell yeah!
can
She
you hear
get
me?
it.
Well, I mean, some dudes see a woman with a child is a better prospect than a 40. Like there's a discount for being 40. Like as far as just having sex, fine. But if you're talking about like relationship market value, which is something I kind of hear Obsidian kind of when I hear like a lot of stuff you talk about as of lately, that's kind of the angle, relationship market value versus straight up sexual marketplace value, which is they obviously they both matter, but you get what I'm saying. One person is going to be above another. Like when you're 40, I mean you ain't fucking that for the purpose of having a kid. I mean that's what Corey actually played Kendra G for with the freezing of her eggs, and Kevin did too. Let's just be real here. But anyway, what's up, y'all?
Hey, what's going on, man? So yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
she live in San Francisco. Oh, I am shooting my shot.
That's the Monaco lady.
right. That's the pineapple lady.
Oh,
Yeah, apparently she live in San Francisco. I did not know that. I thought she lived in LA.
Yeah,
I am
and she don't
shooting
look
my
better than
shot.
Melanie King. If we're gonna, to me, she just don't.
Yeah, she's
but
hot.
one
I mean,
question for you,
it's whatever your
GC,
preference
before I
is. I
leave
mean,
out of
Yeah,
here.
it is. I guess that's what I was gonna say. It's sort of close enough to where we could just say it's subjective. You know,
I'm not trying to throw shots,
No,
but
it's not
SWP,
subjective. Everybody who
SWP,
thinks different than me is wrong.
yeah, and that's how
it
you
is
wind
not.
up like SWP sitting there promoting women that used to be strippers over women that were actually married to productive men. Peter doing that shit because we want to play the pro black game. You know, that's what he did. How can you, this black ebony goddess, you niggas got a color issue. Fuck the fact that she was married to a productive dude. Fuck the fact, like, there's no points for that. Anyway, but and I'm not even trying to bring up
No,
people's
she's
past.
32. I'm sorry to interrupt. She's 32.
Who?
So I made the same mistake. There is a Melanie Monaco who lives in San Francisco, but Melly Monaco, and with the picture and all, is 32, like Obsidian said.
Right.
Yeah.
I kind of so she is 32 years old, so I nailed it. She was hovering around the early 30s. I nailed it. All right.
Yeah. My bad. My bad.
all right, so
GC.
Ed, I take it. Let me get Ed's take on the topic of the show. I take it you were watching enough. You saw Corey Holcomb going in.
I actually had y'all on mute, but I've heard about the situation. I mean, I got like a couple of telegrams going, but these niggas feedback bringing me info. But
Telegram.
Telegram is WhatsApp. It's basically the Russian version of WhatsApp. It's very good.
Telegram, isn't that something from like the 60s or some shit like that?
No, Telegram is an app. It's a message.
Oh, okay.
It's the competitor to WhatsApp. It's very good.
Oh, they just call it the same thing. Because like when you say Telegram,
that's the
like,
point. Yeah,
okay.
That's the point. No, you're right. It's very good. It was created by a Russian dude to get around a lot of the Russian Gestapo shit. And it's a very good app. Anyway, as far as the situation you're talking about, because I wanted to get in and throw my 2 cents before you ended it. Here's my thing. I like Corey, but I'm really getting tired of this. Let's just blame it all on it. Let's make the non-FBA guys, the bad guys. Look, I'm all for holding people accountable and saying, look, this is where we are as ADOS Black Americans. This is where we agree. This is where we disagree. I look at that just like how we look at it with the white boys when it comes to manosphere. This is where we agree. This is where we disagree. Y'all do y'all thing. We gonna do our thing, and we stand on the problems that we have because we got shit we need to deal with. Y'all don't have to give a fuck about it, because it's our problems. I deal with the same thing when it comes to ADOS, not ADOS. That being said, there is a trend. Tariq Nasheed, I like Tariq Nasheed, but he's doing this. Jason Black's been doing this, and now Corey's taking his hat in it, where folks are basically hitting people because they're easy targets. It's easier to say, I'm not them, fuck them niggas, because what investment do they really have from a black culture ethos standpoint? They're easy targets. And just like how you see folks jumping on, whether it's rightly or wrongly, saying all FBA folks for the most part are this, and that, because that's easier than basically calling out black female fuckery. Corey is up there with Jap and David Carroll when it comes to going at these females. He just does it. He hides behind jokes. We actually are dead ass serious when we say what the fuck we say. And I know he is for the most part as well. But he always has the right to hide behind jokes. Here's why he's doing, in my opinion, why he needs to do this. Corey is not going to put on a dress for them white folks. And I give him a lot of credit for that. That affects his ability to make money. And so Corey is not going to also further segment his audience by basically checking chicks all the time. Or he'll do it and then call niggas gay all the time. Because for him, it's seen, I hit both sides. So therefore, I'm not anti-black women because I talk as much shit about, like, he called Kevin gay. Just out of hearing it. I remember Darlene didn't like what Kevin was saying, and it always, oh, that nigga gay. Da, da, da. So women can accept it more because it's like, yo, he play dudes all the time too. He stayed beefing with dudes. So he's not anti-woman. That's just Corey. That's the game he's playing. And he don't give a fuck about them young motherfuckers. He ain't like he really affecting their money. Like he's enough of an entertainer that he understands him putting his name, they name in his mouth helps them more than it hurts them. And he don't give a fuck if it did or didn't, but he ain't like really taking money out their pocket. So it's politicking. That's all it is. But that's all it is. Anyway.
Okay. Uneducated layman a bit of shout out. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Yeah, I mean,
too much politicking, man. It's too much politics.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with you on that at work.
Yeah, I
always wanted to ask you about that, Ed. What I've heard you make this for you. You made a number of interesting phrases over the past few years that I think should be put into the official Black Manosphere lexicon.
Dice is the new one. Dick Investigations and Customs Enforcement. Shout out to Trail. That was an audience member that came up with that. But we
have to go back and examine that. But what I want to ask you about why I got you here is, could you give us, I know it's going to be hard for you to give a concise one, but could you give us an explanation of what sexual politicking means?
What sexual politicking means? So what sexual politicking means at its basis is that what people say is the issue is never really the issue. So when you hear people, like, for instance, the term you use, the pro-black game, a lot of dudes will play the pro-black game, not because they give a fuck about the community, not like that. It's because they're using that to get into a female's pants. Yeah, or fucking chick. So, or even dudes sexually politic with each other. That's actually the Highlander syndrome BS, where you got a lot of dudes that will create certain arguments in order to say, I'm a greater man than this man. It happens on both sides of the aisle in that way. And so you have to ask yourself, is this person really committed to what they're saying on the surface? Or is it some bullshit behind the surface, behind what they're saying? That's what they really are trying to communicate. So, or for instance, with women don't when women talk about dudes that travel and they say things as obvious, like, well, these women don't really love you. They just see you as a wallet. Well, as if that's true in America. So you're always going to say what's in your best interest. You're never going to say something that's like, okay, I got to take a piece of flesh, but I expect you to take a piece of flesh. This is kind of how you argue with folks. Yeah, men need to do this, or this, but at the same time, to kind of further validate your point as to what the fuck they're not doing. You see what I'm saying? Right. They never do that. You've listened to these chicks a lot. You Game Changer, Bernard as well. When have women ever said something that basically takes a piece of their power structure pie for the sake of the community or better relations?
Good point.
Ever. It's always, and the closest you'll get, Obsidian, is what do we need to do? But we always is you first, nigga, and then maybe I'll do it.
Right. That's a good point because when we have these communitard discussions, I wish Supreme King Kun was here. When we have these communitard discussions, it's always framed as what Black men aren't doing for the community, could be doing for the community, should be doing for the community,
or are doing to the community.
Or doing to the community, right? Yeah, you're right. Oh, and it's never framed as, yeah, But what do black women owe the black community? Nobody. What are their duties and responsibilities to the black community? Are they serving the best interest? Are their actions and so forth? Are they serving the best interests of the black community and so on? So you make a really good point.
Yeah. Would you like to know the sexual political all NBA first team? Derrick Jackson. A lot of them people you talk about go into that. I mean, for real. Derrick. I mean, all them niggas you be talking about. I mean, you could argue Crystalline Carrison is a sexual politician. Yeah. So the point is really just, it's not necessarily meaning to say their argument is not valid, because there's different levels to it. Like, there's certain people, like take somebody like Six the Goddess. Do I believe Six the Goddess believes in the concept of black love? Yes. But do I believe she has a certain shallow version of it? Yes. So again, with black love, I measure love by what you're willing to sacrifice. Whenever you ask black women to sacrifice, all of a sudden their education, they don't know how to speak English. It's like asking a white man for a raise. If you ever ask a white man for a raise,
good point.
You ask a white man for a raise, that motherfucker's like, you got to perform an exorcism. He just goes into this gear. Does not mean, but it's like he don't want to say no, but it's like he loses his ability to speak. It's the same thing. So
that's a good point. You make a really good point. But I want to ask you another question. And this is an open question to the panel and everybody else here. So Bernard, and this is directed at you. So we've kind of gone back and forth because Edward brought up Six the Goddess. So we've kind of gone, and also we talked about Melanie King. So we're kind of going back and forth on the question of black female content creators in and around the black manosphere. And you have expressed a view, and I'm not quoting you verbatim, I'm paraphrasing. You have expressed a view that goes something like this. You would like to see more of these lady content creators speak more directly to the ladies. Do I have that right, Bernard? Did I put that right?
No, I just think
that's more of a me thing, Obsidian.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, I know I've talked about that. I mean, he didn't exactly frame it quite like how I say. I just in general say it would be nice if some of the women.
That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it would be nice if the Chantel Simone or Crimson Cure, if they had a majority female audience,
right? Now, with that being said, I want to ask for you guys' reaction to this, because I'm thinking about doing a live on it. So Six the Goddess recently, she's done a number of lives on this, but one of the more recent ones she did.
She's just for the record, I don't even categorically put her in the same place as Crimson Cure or Chantel Simone. Right. I mean, granted, I see her in small bits and pieces.
Six is a Mandalorian. She's like one of them people. She's in the middle. She's in the high. Like we have people like Shay Sade, Crimson Cure. You could throw Pink Book, Lesson, Melanie King.
You know what?
Those ones that you just named, they're categorically on a different mission. Now, when I see Six the Goddess, she just somebody who just got an opinion and talk shit, and sometimes it's in favor of men, sometimes it's in favor of women, sometimes it's talking shit to men, sometimes it's talking shit about women. It's just she's just all over the place.
The thing about Six is in that and I do technically put Danica in this too, but they do have a co-channel. So they are in that, to me, that old guard where back when stepdaddy market was better. These women that understood if you can get these Negroes where you want them on cruise control, then we need to empower them to do what we already want them to do. If a dude is being a stepfather, you need to set up systems in place that you don't make him feel like he ain't shit. Now, at the end of the day, it may be my kids, but you still got to give him the power and give him the power. This is why they always talk about I allow him to lead and that shit like that, because they understand that they benefit from it in the end. I'm going to start calling it the Rasputin method, because Rasputin didn't really have the official power, but he was kind of seen as the power behind the throne. See, that's what matriarchs really understand. And
well, Lady Macbeth. That's Lady Macbeth, man.
Exactly. But these women lost that, and they said, I'm gonna put my dick on the table and tell you who the man really is. And then you wonder why dudes rebel about that. Six is the type of chick that tell you a goofy ass bitch, and that's why you lose. And that's why they don't like Six.
Now that's what I'm about to ask you all about. So Six the Goddess recently did a live where she was going ham on Game Changer's favorite topic, and to be fair, I go in on it too. a lot of big women. She's saying, listen,
for broke
guys are not going to, slay the dragon and all the rest of it to go home to your big behind. So she's going and she's getting a lot of heat for that. That's one. That's one. The other night, right? The other night, Melanie King had a one-on-one conversation with a white woman about the red pill. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'm thinking about doing a live on it myself. I wanted to get you guys' reaction to both of these ladies actually speaking to black women, or speaking to women rather, not just black, speaking to women on straight ahead red pill talking points. What do you guys think about that?
When you say speaking to women, it sounds like Melanie King was speaking in a conversation with a woman, but when you say speaking to women, I mean, if they got a 87% male audience, were they speaking? I mean, okay, they were speaking to a percentage of women. I'll step out of this one because I didn't see either one of them.
Okay,
if she was making if Six Guys was making a general point that men aren't going to build themselves up, accomplish that, slay the dragon, become successful, then just go get with some big woman who probably got kids by somebody else. I agree. So
yeah, that's kind of
real simply. I agree, but overall, in general, I really don't listen to them, so that's why I reluctantly comment.
But I know enough about what they're about. As far as
I feel like I do, but I don't like to. Well, I don't even be wanting to comment.
Well, you got a bigger channel than me. See, I'm small enough. I can still say what the fuck I want. I get what you're saying though. Because why speak on something?
Real quick. I can still say it. I ain't worried about saying nothing.
Well, I can say the F-bomb.
I made a video clowning them, and Six the Goddess did show up in my chat room. Now it was in good humor. I mean, my video was in humor, but she still got offended and said some bullshit in my comment section.
It proves that she's listening.
Yeah.
And like I said, she's shallow. Edward said that shit. You want to get mad about something.
Overall, my take is I generally don't like to be wrong. When that's where my hesitation is. I don't want to be wrong if I'm assuming that they're doing something or saying something that they're not doing or not saying. Yeah, I like to be right when I say something, so I don't listen to them enough to make a definitive statement about them. That's why that one video that I did on them, it was tongue in cheek. I was just joking around.
Right.
But go ahead. I don't know.
No, but it does prove that Six the Goddess is. I know for a fact that Melanie King is listening.
She ain't that big. Six is only like what 50K.
She's 40. Last time I checked, 44,000.
She's big on Instagram where if she's not talking, that's where she blow. And now compare that to Love Dorsey, who talks on Instagram and is like at 200 and something. I'm not trying to play her. It is what it is. Hold on. I want to say this. As far as what Bernard said about the what you were saying about people listening to women, here's my thing. You can't control it because it's a commentary on you niggas. Like I said, these niggas want to gather around a campfire and they want a leader, the Cub Scout leader, aka the female, telling them that they're a real boy and they matter. That's right. We love you. That's you niggas. And even though it's not the women's fault.
I'm glad you're saying that. I'm glad you're saying that because that's my next question. So the next question is this. So we could put a pin in. Matter of fact, Bernard, I will send you the videos in particular so you can take your time and go through them.
Probably won't watch them.
How you can't dox? Somebody said they tried to dox Melanie King. You can't.
But hang on. Here's the next question. Which goes on what and it was reading my mind. So the argument is this: the Black manosphere, read me and other notables, right, have opened the front door and allowed these women to come through, build a big channel, right? Bigger than mine. Mine is 22,000. Six the Goddess is 44.
Oh, you're talking about the audience when you say allowed. Okay, go ahead.
Hang on. So this is the argument. The Black manosphere has opened the door, let these guys let these ladies through the front door, and these women are making money. They got bigger channels and so on. My response to that is this. Is it our fault, starting with me and on down in the Black manosphere, if Black men prefer to get their red pill talking points content from Black women than Black men? What do you guys think about that?
You say, is it our fault? That number one, they're not. First, okay. you got to look at this just like what happened with Twitch. Wherever women, when Twitch, nigga, don't even, I can't even tell you what the fuck they're doing. These motherfuckers are literally on, they're literally, what's those pools that are inflatable? These motherfuckers are literally on inflatable. Don't even what they're doing on Twitch now. What folks are doing on Twitch, and those were white folks, and them dudes went to war to try to shut that shit down. I mean, some of them white boys and ages went scorched earth to try to break that shit. But at the end of the day, Amazon is like whatever is driving views is driving views. So my point is.
So they try. Let me get this straight before you go any further.
Shout out to Gap Tooth Games. Appreciate the $2 super chat and too cool for school. I'm trying to knight you in. Hold on, wait. All right, there you go. You got a ring. Okay, you're in.
No, like that's a whole nother show that I need to do.
Edward, let me ask you a question because I just want to make. I know what Twitch is, but I don't follow it. So let me make sure I got this right. Are you telling me that there were female
Twitch is a video gaming site?
Right, right. Are you telling me that there are female content creators on Twitch that were getting major traction, all the rest of it, and guys over there got a unified, organized effort to shut them down, and they failed?
Yeah, like as far as and this is where I'm drawing the line for quote unquote failing is they tried to put that shit in a box, like for real. And because you got to remember with the gaming stuff, you got the esports and stuff going on, so you got millions of dollars, you got Amazon behind it. They're trying to put a dent in YouTube. So basically, now they have you used to not be able to do Twitch without having a game doing gaming. Now they have like categories called just chatting. And basically they're doing more of the stuff that we're doing to make room for that, to categorize it. And if you have to go there and you look at just chatting, that stuff has a lot of views, like thousands of live viewers.
Got you.
And that's comparing to some of the other stuff. So they're making room for it. So people go out to get used to, but that's not my point. But going back to what he was originally talking about, because we're at the end, is the reason why I say that is the thing about it is they are not really, what they're doing is telling peeps, regurgitating what needs to be said and what they want to hear. They're doing similar stuff to what you could argue Fresh and Fit is doing, but because it's a female, just like how ESPN brought females in order to generate views, that's what it's about. And the algorithm is going to promote that because of the thing.
So my question,
hold on. Time out. But Ed, I think you missed one important point. The ones who have the really big channels, like the Donika Marie, Six to Goddess, Melanie King, they didn't really come in through the manosphere, especially Donika Marie and Six to Goddess. My understanding of it is that they there's old videos from 8 years ago of Donika Marie in her car talking.
No, she's on Facebook.
Holy shit. Hold on. So that's where they're making a straw man argument when they say y'all brought these women in and now their channels are bigger. But the only one that I can say that really came up through the ranks of the space, hopping on panels and started out with a little small channel in the algorithm. And then like Jessica X is one of the only ones. You know, Crimson Cure was here forever before, for a lot of people who just gradually slow crawled to some success.
Let me answer. I want to answer that point.
Hang on. I just want to make.
Recalibrating it. Hold on.
I just want to make this point. Here's the thing, Bernard. Technically, you're right. Six the Goddess, Melanie King, Donika Marie, they are already pre-existing on other platforms, doing well and all. That's true. But in the minds of many black men, I'm looking at Reg, the bad guy types. They are seeing Mumia Obsidian Ali introducing Donika Marie to the black manosphere. They are seeing Kevin Samuels introducing Melanie King to the black manosphere and Six the Goddess to the black manosphere.
But if they're wrong, then they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. They don't hold on because you keep on. Hold on, because
this is what they see, and what I'm asking them is this. Okay, fine. Is it their fault that black men prefer their red pill content.
Okay, this is that angle. You're shutting down. You keep asking the same question, shutting down my ability to respond. Like the reality is, the black manosphere is a very, 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 very fucking small part of the black male audience on YouTube, even on our type of content. Like take somebody that is in this space, but it's not really. Cut to the chase. Fuck it. Take O'Shea, where the celebrity junk stuff. Hell, you got the fucking Pan-Africanist shit this bigger than what we do. Hell, in many ways, the black travel shit that's outside the red pill passport bros is bigger. There's a lot of sectors. The difference with these women is they can pull shit. Even a chick like Cynthia G can operate in the greater market. That's the thing. So hold on. So the problem is you're looking at our clubhouse that we call the black manosphere that has cornered a lot of the quote unquote black red pill talking points and stuff. But you have a lot of people like Table 8. They operate in a black men, black women talking space that's much bigger. This is one of the reasons why people like MTR and them start to kind of low key disassociated with it, because there's a bigger market. Even in our male empowerment black niche, it's much bigger than what we do. So the difference is women like them can operate. They take Courtney, Michelle, and like Obi. From like Obi is blowing up not because his stuff is straight red pill SYSBM. It's because his stuff is, if you're black and you believe in black people should be together, cool. I can see Obi talking to a Sixth Goddess. I can see. So a lot of that stuff. So it's greater.
Here's the deal.
We're more about activism than anything. Go ahead.
But Ed, here's the bigger point.
So there's
what's happening with a lot of channels. You did a good job talking about how the manosphere is like its own little fishbowl, so to speak, over here, but it's a whole river out there. Some people are growing their channels, male and female, out in that river where it's a much bigger audience with a lot of fish out there. That's where they're growing their channel. They're in that algorithm, but their rhetoric and talking points and points that they make, or the things that they believe, are very similar to the manosphere. And people who are in the manosphere who figure out how to get out of the fishbowl and into the river, they grow like crazy. So it's people, like, it's a lot of people. I just found out about somebody recently, recent as yesterday, who, some guy, he's pretty damn corny, but he's basically using a lot of stuff he heard Kevin Samuels say. He got like 55,000 subs, just came out of nowhere. Like,
this motherfucker.
Listen, if you just go through his history, he grew his channel like that, just using, just the ideas and concepts of this space, but not being connected to this space. And that's what's happening with a lot of people. So I'll go back to Melanie King. Go watch her chat room when she live. That's not you ain't gonna recognize none of those names. That's not a manosphere audience.
Yeah, exactly. And Melanie King is more a reaction channel in that vein, just like how Poor Man. Look, shout out to Poor Man, but Poor Man does reactionary content. It pulls from all. You got a demographic cut, and even because a lot of Darius McTowell, Poor Man's podcast, what they have in common with Fresh and Fit is they pull from all men. They pull from all demographics everywhere. Versus even somebody like the lead attorney, who you could say is kind of adjacent to this space, they pull from a lot of different people. And also, we don't pull from a broader version of black folks. You don't really see us really get into the black sports part of it. Shout out to Ticket TV. That you don't get us get into the black geekdom part of it. Like, even from a red pill standpoint, shout out to Amazing Lucas and Young Ripper, even though a lot of y'all are conservative. There's a lot of market. Angry Man has started to cross into that stuff a little bit. There's a lot of market there. Now, here's the thing. I don't get into it because I don't fucking want to. Because I come at this part more from an activist standpoint. That's me. I'm not saying anybody else got to be like that. I'm saying that's how I do it. Because if I wanted to, if I want, like, the way I would go about it, and I might do this, by the way, if I wanted to switch it up, I would just deal more with the trending news. And then let time deal with it. And then the trending news part be more about, because I can easily make it more equal. Like, for instance, when I blame Devon Franklin, if you deal with a woman and you reasonably know what that woman's about and you choose to marry her, you have no right to be upset about what that woman didn't do because you picked a uncooperative woman. I'm not saying Megan Good is bad. Megan Good was a free bird and she didn't want kids. That was true before. That was true after. He the nigga that didn't want to figure that out. Or situations like even with the Russell Wilson situation, which is the gift that keeps on fucking giving. I mean, and I saw that music video. Yeah, that shit was over the top for somebody heard. I can see why black women are starting to check her for that, because that shit was goofy. My point is, there's ways to format this stuff in such a way that you could even Chantel Simone. Could you see what she's doing? Hell, Avery Woodley. Avery Woodley is partnered up with a guy that's also blown up and doesn't get credit. J.R. Wisdom is basically the other side of the LAR movement coin. They're basically like they were like lieutenants in this space where pretty much, you know, they were seen as neutral folks in this space that for the most part didn't beef with nobody. And so you see J.R. Wisdom partnering with Avery Woodley, and so you see these things, but that's not my priority. That's the difference.
But overall, it just in response to what Obsidian is saying, you don't have to accept the premise of somebody else's straw man argument. That guy Crew Season, who I just did a reaction to recently, he didn't come up through this space, but his show is very manosphere-ish, and he got like 50,000 subs seemingly overnight. I mean, well, at least
what's that Miami dude?
By the time he popped on our on my radar, he already had 50,000 subs. So it's like people are growing all over the place. They're just trying to find somebody who's grown more than you, and just trying to weaponize that against you. Why you don't got that many subscribers? But to say, you know, the manosphere audience likes to get their red pill information from women. I mean, okay, I would grant that it's some men who like that, who they just want, they got to hear a woman say it for them to, you know, consider it and all of that. Okay, it's some like that, but overall, the ones that are really big like that, they didn't come up through this space, and a lot of men that have manosphere type channels that are really big and doing good and killing it, they didn't come up through this space. We saw them, we saw Lapeef after they started blowing up. We saw the Crew Season dude after they started blowing up. We saw 8 at the Table, even though that ain't, but we saw all them after they started blowing up. They started blowing up in a separate algorithm. So that's
where I will give Obsidian. This is where what I will give to you. I will say that although I do agree with you, Bernard, it's more, we're not responsible for all blowing up. That I will 100% agree with you.
The people that came up through this space, it look like the breakdown of woman's perspective. That's somebody who came through the door, and you see where they're at.
So that part I give you.
Shay Sade, and she's doing good, but she's not just blowing it out the water. And part of the reason why she's not growing that well is because
she's at 10. She's getting there.
She's getting there, but still, I think I would say she's more or less in the same fishbowl. We'll see if in 6 months she got 30,000 subs. I mean,
she might. You know, that actually, I would take money. She will, because she's starting to speed up. She's starting to speed up, like because she was just at like 2. But I don't even like. Here's the thing: for the most,
stuff was hidden for a minute, but
I get what you're saying. For the most part, we're not responsible for all these big people. Even women like Paris Milan and them, they were with Boyce Watkins, the G Boyce Watkins, and Tariq Nasheed. There's other factors there. Melanie King was already there, and people forget Melanie King had 1 billion views on the other shit she was doing, so she know how to YouTube. So she was just tapping into different audiences. Danica has a power base at Facebook. Tony TKO got power bases at Facebook. It's a lot of stuff y'all don't see, so there's that. That's true. But what I will give Obsidian is this: number one, it is definitely more dudes than folks like to admit that really be low key simping for a lot of these chicks, like wanting to hear, because it's not about, they want to hear it. It's like in the black community, even in the black male side, it's not valid until a woman says it. That is true for a lot of
that
dudes.
Is a thing.
And I will also say,
I just don't think that's the core, the heart of the manosphere.
No, that's not the core, but it's a lot more we want to admit.
But it's some out on the edge that do that. But a lot of those women just go watch their chat room when they're live.
I'm in the middle on that. A lot of hold on. I'm not finished. I didn't say my main point. A lot of these dudes ghost watch because they're smart. But what I will say, with Obsidian is that greater group, like that new group, like, because there's different levels. There's people that came in on pre 1.0, people that came in on 1.0, people that came in on 2.0. So like Obsidian and Angry Man and O'Shea and B, they're like OGs there. They don't know the SWP. They only know it based on what we say. Then there's people that came in where somebody like Mr. Fantastic, we would be the OGs. And then you got people beyond that now that came in post Kevin Samuels blow up or during the rise of it. Those niggas, they don't see it shit is valid until a bitch says it. So here's the thing. They may not be so bad. I'm not talking about in our space. I'm talking about in the greater kind of this conversation. They may, what may happen is they may not necessarily just want to hear from a woman, but they want a woman involved. This is why channels like what Obi does, when he's talking to women, or Obsidian gets more views when he's either talking to a woman, about a woman. I'm sure he can talk about his analytics with his his significant other, his girlfriend, just like how Donovan Sharp, when Devin's around, you got, because it's the same Fresh and Fit model, right? It's women, so they want women involved because they grew because that's the way in their mind. It's not just a whole bunch of dudes that's just talking about women versus actively engaging with women. In the new marketplace, it's not the true blue manosphere, folks. That's definitely a thing. So if somebody wanted to say, I want to create a channel, I would tell them straight up, if you're going to show the fastest way to do it, show your face. And also, if you can get a woman involved, remember, MTR used to do that. Poor Man started doing that. So, yeah, that market is definitely like that. Yeah, because those folks, they still on this, it ain't really that big of a deal shit, because the market, what's on the ground is shifted. So there's a lot of truth to a lot of folks are saying, but no, don't act like we just producing all these chicks and these chicks are there just because we didn't hold, like the audience didn't hold the line. Now these chicks drew power from other folks, and we were just somebody, they just came along the way because we were making enough attention. Kevin made a lot of these people aware of us, so they said, let me check it out. Remember, Melanie King went on to Lapeef. That's not us. She regretted going on that. Six the Goddess, Lapeef. Same thing with some bullshit. Lapeef ain't us. So you have this kind of in the middle.
Who is us? Who is us? Because you keep saying the core. Who is the core of the Black Manosphere?
Well, they gotta. Well, people have been updating the Manosphere list. So when you look at, okay, if you really want to put a number on it, let's look at people that are the off.
But I'm asking for the core, though.
The people that were the offset of the commission. So you got factions. You got O'Shea's, Angry Man, yours, or you have people that are big, even though they may not have a faction. BGS. You have, and then channels that spur off on that, and channels that spur off on that again, like Bernard and stuff like that. So you know who the core is, but I mean, we know who the core is. Like what he said, Danielle, Crimson Cure, Jessica X. You can probably say Sade would be kind of so, but you could kind of put Sade in there. Chantel Simone would be even more of so. We're talking about people that were on panels with everybody else, and Sade could barely fit that. Jessica, that's how you determine.
Sade wasn't a panel hopper. She just did some good collaborations, but she did get out and grind for hers. I mean, she was on Phil Advise, so the Diaspora Network. She didn't collab with a lot of women in all kind of other sectors, and so yeah. I mean, she got out grinded.
Like
and
Six's audience draws from her Instagram audience. And she has like 150 Instagram subscribers. So you have to also factor that in. And now, don't even get me fucking started with TikTok, because truth be told, is some of these motherfuckers will be able to blow up on TikTok and then recase it. Yeah.
This goes back to what I said. Half of the manosphere is anti-manosphere, and if they want to find a reason to hit the manosphere with a stick, any stick will do, any argument will do. That's all that is when they're trying to say that. But LB Crypto in the building says, the Fantastic Four, enjoy when you guys get together. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Shout out to Freeman's Journal. Says support Black male media. Appreciate everybody supporting the stream.
And Kevin's got his whole faction of people that they fuck with what Kevin said, but they don't really fuck with us. That's where a lot of that split came from. You got folks that they want to be on because they understand that's where the money is. And y'all niggas ain't gonna tell me nothing but that. Y'all like to, so the idea, think about it. You got fucking too fucking short. This people grew up on him doing 6-minute ballads of a bitch ain't shit. She could act, all that bullshit. And this nigga talk about Kevin was too harsh.
Who said that?
Too short.
Oh.
Now I get it. You said you like light-skinned women, and that's like suicide in the Black community. That's a sin by which you will never come back from. But he still said that. Same thing with what Corey's doing right now. People have audiences that they got to solidify. And if you keep splitting your audience, that's not a recipe for good money. And so I understand why certain people do what they do. It's just Don't try to tell me that ain't what you doing. And I'm not necessarily gonna call everything out all the time. Even with Tariq, I like Tariq Nasheed, but you're not gonna fucking tell me that all of a sudden this nigga went from hitting colors to FBA is like the primary threat to black people, and that's not a financial advantage to that, because women put up money. So if you segment your audience and isolate the women, you're isolating half of your money. Why would you do that? And I'm not saying they don't believe that non-FBA folks don't need to be checked at some level, but the thing is, it lines up financially. It's just like how when they jump on dudes like what's his name, free agent, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. Free agent.
Coach Greg Adams.
Yeah, like, oh, well, you ain't really for the brothers, you for all men. It's like, no, I'm for people that agree with me. Saying it's the same bullshit. Like when they said that all the niggas are coons because they kissing white ass because they got white audiences. Like it's the same bullshit. It's politicking, man. And everybody politics. I'm not against that. People think I politic when I'm talking about gynocracy. People believe that I want the community to burn like the Joker, because, which is not true. It's just I'm not gonna play no ceasefire while y'all motherfuckers do like Nazi Germany and build up everything to go to World War II and basically roll everybody over.
Freeman's Journal in the building says black men wield no power. Freeman's Journal in the building says black men wield no power because they do not move with self-interest and support black male media. Stop free riding, losers. Wow. Put some money where your eyes are. Hey, I appreciate that, Freedman's Journal. I do appreciate that. Yeah.
But there is some criticism. There is some criticism that can be laid out. It's too many. I see too many dudes, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like me personally, I get excited when I see when I see new YouTubers. I like to promote new YouTubers, and yes, it's mainly dudes. Don't y'all dare try to act like I be just always promoting women. That is not true. But a lot of times I may see a couple of videos and I'll go through their videos because I can go through a lot of videos quickly, and I'll promote them, and then they'll do the switch up shit. And here's my thing: people are allowed to do it how they want to do it, and it's not just a complete treachery shit. But I even got to double back and be like, yeah, I need to start letting people marinate a little bit more, male and female, because I'm always adjusting my female list. But even now with the dudes, like dudes sitting there trying to disavow us for and like I said, I'm not talking about one person. MTR did it. It was a couple of people that did it. It's like, because those will be the same folks that if the wind switches, they'll switch back. And then people will pretend like they never did shit.
What you talking about? Are you talking about people saying that they not a part of the manosphere no more?
I don't care so much about that.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, but it's the why. It's the why they do it. It's just like how people try to say, I'm not a part of SYs. What they try to do is say, those are the bad guys. I'm not them. I'm not the, I'm black, but I'm not the thugs. I'm not the dudes that hate black women. I'm the dudes that's gonna bring women on, even though this chick ain't got nothing to fucking say, because we're always one. I'm not, again, people will say Obi is just a recent dude. Lapeef used to do this shit real bad. And now look at how they sound. Look at how they shout out the Logic in Chicago.
Lapeef used to do what?
Lapeef used to be, JR particular said, nigga, we ain't part of them niggas, them manosphere. And this ain't a black channel. I'm like, really? You tell the black women that. Oh yeah, that's the first time I heard him talk. That nigga said it with his chest, and I was like, "Oh word."
When did he switch?
He didn't switch. He just wanted to make it known that what they do is what they do. I can respect that.
Oh no, I respect that too. But I thought later. I thought later he did more or less claim it.
Maybe he did, but he didn't officially. Maybe you just saw it. It was just this statement that it needed to be made. And
I don't know that. And, well, first off, I don't knock them.
Me neither. I'm just saying what it is.
But it put it like this. I say the algorithm tells you what and who you are. That's where I'm at with it.
That's true. That's actually a really good point, because the point is, I get that part, but people need to stop trying to act like we're just all about burning down the community. I mean, or we're all an echo chamber. I mean, we argue all the time. This is why when people, I said it up front, when people want to have that let's have a conversation bullshit, I said, yo, we got people like Obsidian, BGS, I mean, Obsidian will go down there with you to have that conversation, and he'll be on some give you this and here's this. But eventually, you're gonna get down to the business of tangibles, and that's what people. And I only mention you, Obsidian, because Courtney has spoke about you in high esteem. A lot of women will, as far as you having these conversations. My point is, people like that have been in this space. Our space is not some we hate black women, we don't date black women. Or even the niggas at SYSBM will date a black woman and she knows how to act like she got some goddamn sense. They just not dealing with strags, period. Anyway.
Yeah.
I know Bernard like
let me ask this question if I might. Let me ask you this question. With everything that's been said, we have to answer this question. Whether it's from the core of the black manosphere, the penumbra of it, the out on the margins, whether it's black men, in the wider internet, however you want to slice it, the bottom line is this. Do we as black men blame black women for the fact that there are black men who would rather get their red pill content from other black women than from black men?
No.
We're
in a gynocracy. They were socialized that way.
Yeah, I think
but it's still their fault.
A lot of times already.
No, we don't. This is why I stay talking shit about people not donating to other people and not supporting your creators, or shit, not even sharing a video, because there's dudes that they'll share what Six the Goddess said.
Well, hold on, real
about
quick.
fat
Real
women.
Quick. It's not about. Hold on, but isn't it a better way to go? Like, okay. Instead of asking, do we blame black women? I mean, that's sort of weak and petty way to even. It's more so, what does that say about black men? That's the conversation. Not do we blame black like we.
And it
we
says we're in a gynocracy.
To blame or to fold our arms and be mad about it. Like, no, I mean it is a statement of what does that say about black men if it's all kind of content out here and men are doing the same content, but they'll rather see a woman in a dress say the same things, and that just it is what it is. There's some men,
and it's not about
and I would even lightweight call it red pill content. Like, I don't even know why we even calling it. I mean, we
need to come up with a new name. We need to come up with like some kind of hugs and kisses, some black version of that, because that's really what it is. It's really verbal. These women giving verbal hugs. And or it depends on what flavor you like, because Six is that real chick, that look good from the block flavor, and she'll talk about both sides. That's why I hate them niggas that always want to talk about both sides, because they're not really looking for information and awareness. What they're really looking for is shit. Well, shit that makes them feel good, which I'm not begrudging them for that.
But I mean, from a business standpoint, we're talking business now, making money, YouTube, Twitch. These are money-making enterprises.
Absolutely.
So my question is this. So Kevin tried to appeal to black men for 3 years. He had
he had 50,000 subs.
I was just about to say that. He had a max
Kevin
of
got
about
to 80.
Hang on. Let me finish. He had a max of about 50,000 subs. As Bernard beat me to the punch on. Okay. He went viral on World Star Hip Hop. World Star Hip Hop is the single biggest, most successful website aimed at black men, particularly, but not solely, particularly in the 18 to 35 age bracket. He went viral not for his leveling up advice to black men, but for telling a black woman that she was average at best. The World Star Hip Hop model is videos, hoes, and beefs. Okay? There is another channel on YouTube, and Kevin met with the owners of this channel shortly before he died. Him, Dennis Sperling, Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, and lead attorney.
Is that where that picture comes from?
Yes. Met with the owners of the channel, teaching men's fashion. It's two brothers from Ecuador. One of them dropped out of law school, the face man of the channel. Dropped out of law school because they were making so much money. They have, last time I checked, they have somewhere over 5 million subscribers. My question is this. Why can't black men make millions catering to other black men along the lines of red pill content, leveling up, self-improvement?
That last part is because the market, the audience market is not developed. Like when I say the content or audience market is really not developed like that. That's number one. Number two, if you look at things like sports and stuff like that, it's a little bit more because you're going to expect a man to say that. That's why women can't really infiltrate that market like that. So, and also it's because it's different. But going back to what you said, it's different needs. What a lot of it's just like when you and Kevin came, we were talking about how we came to the conclusion that black men want to be married more than black women. Black women, because of the way the community is structured, they value information from women more than men as far as this type of stuff for a variety of reasons. Part of it is female nature. Part of it is, they can bond with each other, but the men don't, because a lot of men don't see shit as valid until a woman is involved. So when you look at self-improvement and all of this, the woman is the one that picks the alphas in the minds of black men. The woman is the one that does that. And this is how most black men think. A lot of the audience, it's a very gynocentric socialization. So our market is always skating, as Blade would say, skating uphill. Ice skating uphill. It's always been like that. So the way I frame what we do is more like activism. Now, is there a socialpreneur aspect to it? Yes, but it's like being pro-American. Take Tariq Nasheed. It's like doing what Tariq Nasheed does versus doing what Brandon Tatum does. Which one's gonna make more money? Anthony Brian Logan too. Nigga, you saying I'm pro-America and calling black people out, what about black on black crime and all of that, and you willing to get a white audience? Difference between the dudes that are in our space like Bernard and Fantastic, the other dudes that are on their conservative is they deal with a mainly black audience. Now they switch it up and do it for the white boys, niggas are gonna blow up. Like, so that's the difference. It's just audience type of stuff. That's the main difference. Our audience is trash.
Freedman's Journal says exactly. Black men do not spend money. Cheap ass Negroes won't spend money. Black women spend every dime and are in every movie and TV show, while black men's image is trash. Coincidence? Stop free riding, losers. Super chat and right on cue. Freedman's Journal's apparently shamed Kristen Hutchinson into super chatting. Appreciate that, Freedman's Journal and Kristen Hutchinson. And also Malcolm JC says Freedman guilted me. Appreciated Freedman's Journal.
Hey man,
appreciate it, Malcolm JC. I do appreciate you.
Freedman go give you a.
I don't think that's true though, fellas. I don't think that's true. I don't think that is true. That I used to think that though. I used to think that
the Jews don't have it. No, they have it.
Yeah, exactly.
Jessica X proved they have it.
Hold on. No, Kevin Samuels proved they got it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right.
Kevin Samuels, and I always say this whenever I understand that women were there, but those super chats were of men. That was Ike, that was Theo, that was Jonathan Barronville, that was so many brothers who now I can't even name.
Right,
them, dropping $100, $200, $300.
Yes.
Black men funded Kevin Samuels, and no matter whether women was there or not, nobody can deny the simple point that he was advocating for black men in all those conversations. There was a few points I disagree with, that getting married at 6 months shit, but other than that, he was going hard for black men against the black female narratives that they put out there against black men, refuted, defeated, debunked all their arguments, and made all our arguments, and was undefeated.
Kevin is
and died undefeated, advocating and being funded by black men. So I'm not going to give women. I'm not going to throw a black girl magic party.
No.
I mean,
that's not what we're doing.
I agree with you, Bernard. I agree with you on that point. What I'm saying to you is, it was that animated them, and not self-improvement.
Agreed. I don't know anybody.
So what I'm saying,
wait, real quick. Okay, all right. So the $1 million. Hold on. Wait. Stop. The million. Hold on. Stop. The $1 million question is: show me a 1.5 million sub channel that's a strict male self-improvement channel that makes the millions of dollars that Kevin Samuels made.
Teaching men's fashion.
That's what is that?
Yeah, but hold on. Okay,
so we talk about hold on. Okay, that's what you said. It's a channel called Teaching Men's Fashion.
Yes.
But the model for that is not the same. Typically, when you're in the self-improvement space, the two ways you're going to make the money
I
is
see 209K. I see. Oh wait, hold on, time. Okay, so this is a channel that looked like it blew up at some point. It got over 2,000 videos and it got 5.7 million subs.
Kevin doesn't count, and I'm gonna tell you why Kevin doesn't count, because Kevin's ability was in pulling people off that wasn't on YouTube onto YouTube, which is part of why the algorithm.
The first video I see is 5 girls versus 5 guys rate each other on attractiveness. That looked very similar to the that don't look like a strict male self-improvement channel.
Hang on, so now
becoming the world's first billionaire YouTuber. Okay, I see some titties. Okay, 5 obvious signs she doesn't like you. Uploads. Okay, so I'm seeing 7 psychological attraction hacks you must know.
Right.
You're talking about getting bitches.
Right.
Not a strict male self-improvement channel for the sake of improving yourself.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's tied to mating. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. Hang on. See, this is the fundamental.
That's still bringing sex into it.
Hang on. This is the fundamental misconception that a lot of people have, and this is where I disagree scientifically with a lot of people in the space who say you should self-improve for yourself. No, it's mating.
I agree with that.
It's mating effort.
No, I agree. I agree 100% with that. Hold on. I agree 100% with that. But you said you talked about it as if it's a strict self-improvement channel, but no, it is a dating and mating and improving yourself and getting your money. It's also I see some little stuff about money. Well, not really. No, it's about self-improving yourself, getting fit, getting in shape, looking good, and getting
because in that case you can look at earn at your leisure and a lot of other. Hold on. Like let's be clear.
There you go, Ed. Ed.
But that's not the market that we're in. Because if you talk about the finance, because even in that market, they're not for men. They can draw from other people, and the truth is, even these other channels can.
So let me ask you a question.
Other markets directly or indirectly.
Earn Your Leisure is a black male channel that's talking about self-improvement and money, and they got 868K subscribers.
Man, they were. I forget who they like.
So what I'm saying is this. When you look at World Star Hip Hop's channel, 26 million subscribers.
That's a whole media channel.
All of these are media channels. And what I'm saying is,
well, hold on. We're talking about channels on YouTube versus a channel on its own damn channel. That's a different thing. If we're talking about World Star, World Star is competing with YouTube.
Well, if that's the argument, so Fox News.
What is your main?
That's the argument. Fox News is competing with YouTube.
I want you to let it get it out. What is your main point?
My argument is this. We have black women who are able to, because I just talked about Melanie King, Six the Goddess. Y'all brought up Danica Marie, Jessica X. There are black women who are able to sell red pill talking points to black men. That's a fact. There are
also poor man podcasts and mediocre tours and reviews.
That's true. Hang on. Just
okay. All right. I'll let you go.
There are World Star Hip Hop made Kevin a household name, not for his self-improvement content, but for him telling a black woman that she was average at best. That's a fact.
Okay.
And we have other channels. We're hard pressed to think up, like you talked about the one channel you just got finished talking about, the leisure channel. That's not something that's like a household name, so to speak. We had to kind of go looking for it. We had to kind of go looking for it.
Well, I'm trying to find out where the shoe is.
Right, yeah. Well, my point is, on the one side, I can't blame the market for where it is. For whatever the reason, it seems to me that when Kevin went viral, and as Bernard rightly pointed out, he got funded from black men. That's undeniable. Everybody can go back and see it for themselves. It seems to me that's where the market for black men is. That World Star Hip Hop videos, hoes, and beefs formula. I mean, that's it. That's it.
Yes, because people are on here for entertainment, even if it's infotainment. I mean, yes, it's just a matter of most people don't come in our space. This is what's unique to the Black Manosphere. Most people don't come into our space with the perception of I'm talking about the true blue folks. I'm coming in here to make money. They may come in here, they grow a little bit. Okay, there's money in it, and then they pivot to maybe it's slow, maybe it's fast, but they don't come in here with that intention. So their channels and the way they do their stuff is not set up for that. So you have a lot of folks that they've seen that there's money in this, either by seeing other people or Kevin, which is the real like boomer, like the real lighthouse when it comes to that. And they say, okay, there's an actual niche here, there's a market here. Let me show up a certain type of way in order to take advantage of those views, however they want to show up on. A lot of people used to not take YouTube seriously like that. A lot more people are now. This stuff is set with the market. So it's almost, so when you ask certain things, sometimes I think you be trying to come up with like a sellout manifesto, Obsidian. Like you be going all around. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but what I'm saying is it's like,
yeah, you gotta, it sounds, yeah, I need to hear that, because
it's like you be, it's like, dude, like my thing is this. There's a lot of ways to be effective and augment your mention.
Explain sellout manifesto.
When I say that, what I'm talking about is it's kind of like you're trying to say the market is this way. I might as well go where the market is to maximize.
That's what business is about.
So
okay,
yeah,
if you want to
hold on, because I said it. I want to be clear because I don't get my words clear. Look, the only reason I said that is because that's how you know how these niggas in this space were perceived.
No, Ed, you ain't saying
like that's
wrong.
No,
hold on, hold on, real
hey,
quick. I mean, Ed, real quick.
I'm getting tired of being slow walk.
You said exactly. That's what I was about to tell Obsidian. We just got to skip to the end, and I'm so glad you did it. You basically made us skip to the end. You said that he's trying to make a sellout manifesto, and then Obsidian, what did you say in response to that? You said something like that's what business is going where the market is. Obsidian,
you go where the market is.
If you want to sell out, Obsidian, just go sell out.
But I'm not selling out.
I'm not saying you are, and I open the bottle. Hold on, Bernard. Let me please.
No, I need to
ask me questions. Why don't you ask me? Well, Obsidian, where are you going with this? What point are you trying to have?
Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna make this statement. I'm gonna make this statement. Then I'm going to pause it.
Okay, go ahead.
Obsidian, if it is the case that you want to go with them where the market is going,
that's not the case. That's not the case.
Okay. All right. So now,
so now
I want to finish. I'm just going to say this, whether or not it's the case or not. If in any way, shape, or form you would like to sell out, by all means, go sell out. Don't try to pull me with you. I ain't going.
But no, that's not.
So,
that's just
now I want
to hold on.
Let me say this. What I have said, because I've talked about this before. What on this plan, what I've said is, I said this way back when you was talking about everybody needing to work together. I said you have a red pill market, you have a purple pill market. This very.
But what is a red pill market though? It's not a market if it doesn't make money.
I think it does make
and
money.
Hold on. And I said, I'm not here for the money. There's a lot of people here that are here for the advocacy of it. They're not here for, I need to put a YouTube channel. Like, nigga, my channel, come on, man. Does my channel look like I'm
now you're conflating your own personal motivation.
No, this is what what I'm telling you is where the friction points are. And so,
what's the friction point? Okay,
the friction point is you have dudes that they may say they're about the advocacy, and they may be about it, but they're more about the money than they are about. This is why O'Shea got hit so hard all the time. This is the main thing people kept going to. And so my point is, what I'm telling you, hold on, because I'm not telling you those things can't work together. So I'm not completely against you with this. The reason I brought up the sellout shit is because that's how people perceive it. So what I'm telling you is,
what people would perceive it.
You know the motherfuckers, the Ramils, the people that follow him, the audiences, all these motherfuckers to get on my fucking nerves. You know what I'm talking about. So anyway, I'm gonna say this and I am done. My point is that if you keep bringing up all these chicks, the Melanie Kings, the 6 guys, all of them.
Right.
If somebody needs to be over there and let's say I don't want to say use the word compromise, but if somebody needs to be over there to tangle with them in that situation, is somebody that knows, you're one of those people, because BGS is too old. He don't want to do that shit because he getting tired. You have volunteered to want to do it. Like, and I've always thought that you're positioning yourself to be that guy, to be able to get in those conversations, actually have those conversations with them over there, because you're not necessarily against the relationship argument, which is why I said what I said in the beginning. Now, certain people are going to perceive that as selling out. I don't. But what gets on me is like, it's like you're trying to convince hardcore red pill folks. There are certain people that no matter what you say, like even the fact that you even had a black chick all this time, they're on some bullshit. For me, I'm happy for you, because I think that just shuts all them folks up that used to act like used to invalidate your arguments. And I'm like, good, we can dead that shit and move on. But the point is, there are hardcore red folks that you're not gonna move. So if you move into that more, I don't want to call it purple pill, I'm gonna start calling it rose pill, and have that conversation with them, because it's kind of, you're still red, but you're entering into that purple shit, and have those conversations.
Beyond purple.
What I'm saying is, you can do that, but certain people are never going to go along with that.
I'm trying to tease out who are the. We'll get to that in a minute. I'm trying to tease out who in the black manosphere are the hardcore red pillars. Who are they?
You know the audience. I don't know why you trying to act like you're like, I'm not gonna call these people out by name. It's the people you trying to convince. The people you taking all this time. Well, that's why we doing all this long walking on shit. Like, why else? I mean, if it was direct,
I'm trying to understand the argument.
Oh, here we go. That's that Courtney that I don't understand. Go ahead, man.
I'm trying to understand the argument here, because my thinking is this. And we did agree on this. We all agreed that
I like Ramil, but yeah,
we all agreed that black women that are content creators cannot be blamed if black men want to come to them to get their red pill content. We all agreed on that.
Not really, because I don't accept the premise that they red pill, but we can't get mad at them because men are watching. So go ahead.
Okay, fine. For simplicity of discussion tonight, fine. If they choose to watch them, fine. We can't blame them for that. We agree. Okay. So then that raises the question of what exactly do black men in this space want? So we know what they don't want. Kevin proved that. Kevin also proved we know what the black men in this space do want. Okay, we got that. So it seems to me that this audience meaning black manosphere, is more in alignment with world star hip hop.
No, that's how you're trying to, and that's why people would say what they said about the sellout. Because see, it's you doing it right now.
Wait, hold on. To say that
I'm not them niggas.
To say that this space is more in line with world star hip hop because Kevin initially went viral on World Star Hip Hop. Never mind the fact that he built his channel to where he was having a regular 2,000 live viewers before he went viral on World Star Hip Hop, which made him go even more viral on YouTube, which made people come to his channel, and they came and supported a non-World Star Hip Hop channel. So to try to make it seem like Kevin Samuels was World Star Hip Hop beef videos and hoes.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're shitting on Kevin Samuels to try to make some
That's not what I'm saying.
Convoluted art. Okay,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Kevin went viral on the World Star Hip Hop audience for.
You only got so many coins in this damn video game machine, you know, because you keep saying that's not what I'm saying. We gotta get critical thinking, because my point is you keep saying we just want the Park Ape bullshit. I know you're
anything about Park Apes,
but that's what that's the word. That's what World Star Hip Hop is. Park Ape is.
Stop. Obsidian, what is your plan? Where are you trying to go?
Where am I going?
That. Yeah, explain.
I said that from day one.
Hmm?
I said what the plan was for me from day one.
Okay, okay. So you're talking about the change in market right now and going with the market and moving with the market. Where is it that you think the market is going, and what are you trying to move to with the market?
Well, the market at present seems to me, in a post Kevin Samuels world, the market seems to me to be moving in the direction of boy girl content. Okay. So
it's always
black women. So black women were always. The black women had their own thing where they had black men, but they were handpicked
Yeah.
come through the gate.
That's black media.
Hang on.
All right.
They were black. They were handpicked to come through the gate and essentially tell black women what they want to hear. This was before
That's
the rise
black
of social.
media.
Okay,
Hang on.
that's what it
Before-
is.
Hang on. This is before the rise of social media. Now, after the rise of social media, Derrick Jackson, etc., we have the same thing just in the social media form. But it was always a very stilted conversation because they had just certain types of men that they wanted to speak on their behalf and so forth.
Okay, so where is it
Okay,
now?
hold on. Well, okay.
So
That's
now
what-
now the situation in the black manosphere, it was black men largely talking to other black men.
Okay.
Okay. Now we move forward.
Mm-hmm.
The situation is boy-girl.
Okay.
So you see Lapeef Network, you see
Okay.
Obi with the talking with a lot of women, you see Crew Season, you see different there's a daily rap something or other.
The hate table.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I
Yep.
call
Yep. Okay.
All right. It seems to me, and that's just you. I mean, Ace Metaphors tonight's conversation. It seems to me
Threw in
that the
simp.
market is trending in the direction of more boy-girl content.
It's not trending.
Hold
It's dead.
on. Ed, I got a good question after Obsidian
All
gets
right.
done.
All right.
It
Go ahead,
seems
Obsidian. Okay, it's
now,
trending that way. Okay.
Now, with that being said, where was I at? From day one, I wanted conversations with black women.
Exactly.
Ed, please. I got the right
I'm gonna
question.
mute myself.
sitting
I'm
on the
gonna
right
mute
question.
myself. All right.
Day one, when I got started in 2015. Day one.
Okay, you wanted to have a conversation with black men
Yeah.
and black women. It seems as if the market is going in that direction. Okay,
Right.
what you gonna do about that, Obsidian? What are you gonna do?
What am I doing? Well, I'm gonna have me and Miss Brown Sugar gonna have shows.
Okay,
So that's where we're heading.
great.
Right.
You said all that just to say that you and Miss Brown Sugar going to do shows that y'all are already doing?
You asked me a question.
Yeah, because you've always said that you wanted to
You
get
asked me a
a
question.
conversation started. So
But
I
you
mean,
asked me a
but my question is, but here's the
So
thing.
why all this dramatization about the market and where the market is going? Like it's like
I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about just that, the market. You asked me a question about what I was doing.
Okay,
That's
so
different.
all right. Okay, so there's channels. Okay, so we said all of this to just establish that there are channels where men and women talk and they have good conversations, and sometimes the conversations go viral.
But that's not everybody's. Here's the thing: everybody's mission. I'm not saying is not to grow a YouTube channel. Like that's not everybody's
That's
mission.
another okay.
And so there's a
And
lot of.
wait, hold on. Ed. Okay, Obsidian, how are you looking to? Never mind. Ed, I think you were on to something when you said he was, when you said that you
like I said,
that sellout manifesto.
No,
I think you were
like
on
I
to something.
said, yeah, but it is. I ain't like I said. The perception.
But how can I be a sellout if I wanted to do that?
But
from day one?
I'm telling you what the perception is because
Perception
understand
by who?
It depends on what. Hold on. Kevin Samuels talk. Hold on. Whoa. Kevin Samuels talk to women. He wasn't selling out. Obi from the We Need to Talk. He talks to women. He ain't selling out.
No,
Ace Metaphor is talking to women. I can't even say he's selling out because that's what he's been from the start. but either way, there's a such thing as men talking to women and talking about women and being pander bear simps, and there's a such thing as men talking about women and talking to women and standing on a square like Kevin Samuels.
So how am I selling out?
So the $1 million question is, which way you going? Are you advocating for going the pander route? Are you advocating for going the Kevin Samuels route? If you're talking about going to if you're talking about going the Kevin Samuels route, then you're not talking about nothing different than what's already going on.
So stop.
I have women on my show. I did a Friday show. I always got women on it. And I want to get some more disagreeable women on it. But when we had Annette who was very disagreeable, and we had debates, and me and Game Changer gave her the business in those debates, and that was fun. That was cool. That's what everybody's doing. Everybody going viral with. I'm already kind of doing the same thing. People talking to women ain't nothing. That ain't a big deal. It sounded like you was building towards something else, and you sound like
I know what it is.
It sounded like I asked the right questions, and you copping a plea. That's what it sounded like.
Who's talking to who here?
No, the problem is that Obsidian, you keep on. The problem is what you seem to want is the entire manosphere.
That's not what I said.
Manosphere. It ain't about what you said. But I'm still giving you, because this is we have asked you about 8 different times, and you are not going directly to what it is.
You have to ask me a direct question. Don't keep
asking you.
Wait, hold it. Stop.
What is the purpose for you telling us the stuff we already know?
Stop. If you want to know something from me, ask me a direct question. Don't assume. Don't say you implied. Don't read into it. Ask me a direct question.
All right, Ed, ask him. Ed, ask him the direct question that you just asked him before he said that.
Why are we going a long way to this? Like, what is the end result of what you?
What is the end result of me having this conversation?
No, not this. Let me ask you another direct question. You said recently, just on this thing a couple minutes ago, that black men want world star hip hop content. First, what do you define as world star hip hop content?
World star hip hop content, and I studied this last summer. Because I wanted to understand exactly how did Kevin go viral and why. And I was like, why World Star Hip? He doesn't fit in with World Star Hip Hop. Why World Star Hip Hop? So I understood that World Star Hip Hop caters to a largely 18 to 35 crowd, urban, inner city. 60% of its market, if I remember the stats correctly, 60% of its market is male, black male. Okay, and from the urban cities of America. Okay. So what made Kevin go viral? Button down, suit and tie on World Star Hip Hop is that he's telling black women. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. If you're talking about the average at best conversation, that was an epic conversation. Right. Come on, like, why are you asking why would he go viral? The whole world.
No, the problem is you're doing the fucking city as Anakin Skywalker bullshit. What you're trying to do is
motives to me, man.
What you're trying to do is put people in 2 categories in order to funnel. It's the same thing with the Matrix. The problem
is you're imputing motives to me that I didn't even express.
Okay, man. Like, dude, understand something. Like, you talking to black folks. Like, from
what does that mean?
Generation.
All right, fine. We're talking to black folks. What does that mean?
Meaning we in our you ain't talking to African that don't understand like the culture about how
we're talking to black folks. What does that mean?
What it means is you don't have to say directly in English language what you're saying. Well, remember what I just told you about what politicking is. That is what you're doing right now. You're not saying it directly, but you're being very indirect. You're being indirectly direct, and then you're making
you're accusing me of being insincere.
What I'm accusing you of is trying to find a right. There is not going to be a right way to say. Look, what do you want to say? My thing is.
Well, then you know what I'm going to say then. So what am I know?
You've been implying it the whole time.
What am I saying? Okay, so let's get right to it. What am I saying, Edward?
What you're saying is you're either part of the solution or you're part of the fucking problem.
That's not what you're saying. That's not what I said.
Hold on, you want me to say it? I'm gonna say it. Black men operate 2 categories, which is you're either about going where everybody else is going, or you're being what my business mentor used to call a fucking rabble rouser just to be a rabble rouser. And this is the same shit Obi said. If you're done, be done. It's that bullshit, or follow me in the wonderful world of repeating history, which is what his ass is about to do and what you're talking about.
Now, go easy on Obi. He's actually coming on my show.
He can come on the show.
No. I'm just saying, go easy on him. No, easy.
I don't have a problem. I'm saying it's mean. I'm saying what the fuck it is. I'm saying what the fuck it is. And it's this conversation there because people talk to women that they're somehow better than people that basically are advocating for the position. When
I never took such a position. I never took that.
You don't like, and again, it becomes this long. This is like torture, yo. It really is, and this is my fault for participating in it. Yep. At the end of the day, I've always stood on this. Obsidian, you've always said from the beginning you wanted to have a conversation. The market has actually moved much more closer
in my direction.
So the fact that and then hold on, and then everybody's always said you wanted to have a conversation because at the end of the day you couldn't get a chick. You have also proven the whole time you had one, which is actually the long joke in your favor. Ha ha, you dumbasses. Hold on. So my point is you would actually be the least person that would be called a sellout. But the problem is it's almost like
it depends. It depends. Hold on. It depends on that conversation.
It's almost like it's almost like in your head, you believe that. So you force us to have hold on. It's like you believe that, so you force us to go along this long conversation because you want the whole majority to agree that this is the way we need to go.
Believe anything. I didn't say that everybody has to agree with me or everybody has to agree with anything.
Obsidian, if you had a woman on your show every day and you handled those conversations like Kevin Samuels, nobody would call you a sellout. If you had women on your show every day and you pandered to them, you will get called a sellout. So this whole soliloquy, not soliloquy, all the questions you were asking about the market and where the market is going. Yes, we see where that market is going, and I'm dabbling into that market, and that's why I do a Friday show with the women. I just chopping it up with the women, and you know, in some good debates.
Because I have noticed that too. You're doing a good job.
I do love the debates. With you know, we talk about them. Let's have someone come on and challenge the argument.
You know what? Hold
on, real quick. But the thing is,
I got a direct question for his ass.
I didn't ask nobody permission to do that. Right. I didn't try to get approval from people to do it. Right. I didn't have to slow walk everybody into where the market is going because I know what I'm doing is 100% lined up with what I've been doing from the start, and that's been advocating and speaking up for Black men and refuting the bullshit arguments and things that Black women have typically said about Black men. So even when I got the Black women on my show, I'm still doing that. That makes it seem as if you're trying to do something with women that goes against the norm
and
of
you're trying to set us up for it.
The norm is it's already lined up that Black men in this space have been doing. Everybody from BGS to Angry Men have had women on their channel from time to time, if not in some cases, you know, regularly with BGS, where they stood on their square, they picked apart the bad arguments and didn't go for no bullshit. Like
and they call BGS.
Time out. That's allowed.
Right,
that's allowed in the space.
And by the way,
real quick. What's not allowed is the selling out and pandering.
Right.
If you're trying to slow walk, hold on. If you're trying to slow walk everybody into selling out But you're free to go.
But selling out is not talking to women in and of itself.
But it's interesting how you set this up.
And by the way, they call BGS a sellout for creating BGS for women, just so you don't act like I'm trying to tag you with something. Go ahead.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
It's interesting how you set this up, Bernard, because it's on the one side, you're either having women here to have adversarial conversations,
here we go,
or you're pandering to Black women. What if it's just a couple just getting along with each other? You're telling me,
go do it.
Let me finish.
Go do it.
Let me finish. What if it's just a couple getting along with each other and having great conversations? You're telling me the Black manosphere has no space for that?
Nobody never said that.
Nobody said that. Nobody.
I mean, your numbers don't reflect that.
Hold on.
The fact that you framed the argument as either we're having contentious conversations with Black women or we're having panda bear conversations with Black women. That's the way you framed it.
Those are the two options that I gave, but there are other options, and the options that I've ever since Annette haven't been on my show. I think me, Jackie, and Brenda been having some real good conversations with a little disagreement. You know, Brenda say some crazy stuff every now and then. Every now and then, Jada say some crazy stuff, and it'd be a little debate, but good, fun-spirited debate. But at the end of the day, we end up agreeing on most things. So good conversations with women can happen in this space. So if that's what you want to do, just have some good conversations with some women. Yeah, like the conversation I had with Shay. Stop. I've had Shay Sharday on, and we've agreed on everything and had wonderful conversations. Right. I brought on some little divestment chick, and we had a back and forth debate, and I picked her apart thoroughly. So all of those are welcome. All of those are welcome. And so if that's what you're trying to do, go do it. We ain't stopping you. But if you're trying to, go do some other shit, that ain't no. I
So
ain't
what
going.
are you- but
I
I'm
got
with
hold on, because I do gotta go. And what I'm about the direct question I'm gonna ask is here,
Yeah.
because this is what the fuck I'm looking for. This is I'm
Okay.
speaking for me. What I'm
Okay.
looking for is you don't even gotta really directly say it, but indirectly say, look, this is what it is. This is where I'm going. For the guys who want to come along with me, great. I ain't even talking about like an official announcement. They want to come along with me, great. For the rest of y'all, you know, it's nice knowing you. And for the folks that got something to say about it, you know, you could go to hell, fuck you, and have a nice day, because I'm doing what I'm doing.
Exactly.
That's the quick, the rip the band-aid off. Hold on. And the other question I'm gonna ask you, and this is a direct question, and I really want to know this. Why the fuck haven't you gone on? Why the fuck haven't I seen you on a Lapeep? Why the fuck haven't? Because JR reached out to me a long time ago on Twitter. I just didn't see it. This is before they blew up, to be fair. But this is before they blew up, to be fair. This is like before Kevin really blew up, to be fair to them. Not gonna act like they did that now, like I'm somebody. But my question is, why haven't you been on there to counteract that bullshit with Yanni, Six? Why haven't you been on like all these some of these shows? Like I could reasonably see you on there with the following you have, especially now you got a book and stuff. Why haven't you gone to these places and engaged? I'm not even talking about physical. I'm just talking about you know, virtual, like you on with us. It's just, you know how, no matter what you do in this space, BGS was called a sellout for having BGS for women, to the point where he said, fuck it. People are going to say what the fuck they going to say. So fuck them. Right. I don't know where the long shit comes from. That's what we're saying. We're not against you. It's like we rather you go in that direction and stay into that, like what you kind of already doing. I mean, shit, motherfuckers call you a sellout for just having your girlfriend for as long as you did. You ain't no bachelor. You a liar. That's fuck them.
Well, no, I am a bachelor.
But my point is, you know what they say, and it gets to the point, just like when, and I like Ramil, but when they would say a hoes is winning, it got to the point where I said, if you say that shit, I'm blocking your ass. And I had to block a lot of good people because of that shit, because I don't want to hear it. Sometimes you just gotta say, this is the fucking direction we're going. If you really fuck with me, you gonna go. If you don't, hey, to hell you go.
But hang on. All right, so you asked a really good question. So the simple answer as to why I have yet to appear on the Lapeef show, I don't know any other shows you want me to appear on, but the simple answer is
Daily Rap Crew.
I didn't get an invite. I wasn't invited. So that's the simple answer.
Oh, so you don't reach out. You just
I don't get it. I ain't get it. Well, they reached out to you, right?
He reached out to me at Twitter. This was before they were even
right, but he reached out to you nonetheless. I'm saying to you, you got an invite. I didn't. So you know that's the simple reason why I haven't been on this show. With regard to Miss Brown Sugar, you know what's interesting, and I like the way Bernard set it up. It seems like, because I've been saying for a long time, and her and I talked about.
Oh yeah, and by the way, you know them niggas that are like no bitches allowed, no matter what.
Right.
Like,
let me
fuck them. They can do what they want to do. I don't care.
Let me speak to that. So
say what you was about to say first before
you
get to that.
Yeah. So me and Miss Brown Sugar talked about this. So this would have been last year at the Black Manosphere meetup. We talked about this. And she had made the decision after years and years and years of really being treated kind of badly by a lot of guys in the Black Manosphere, talking about, speculating about, rolling on what Donovan Sharp et al. Said. She finally decided to say, you know what, maybe we need to do something together to kind of, quell all this. It was really her idea. I said, okay, great. So we'll push forward on it. And we decided to test it out in a series of audio first, because it's low investment, audio first podcast, and see how it goes. And we've been having pretty good responses so far. So now we're kicking it up a notch to get ready to go to video with it. But what was interesting about all that is, even though I had said from day one, I made one major mistake. I made a number of mistakes since I got started in 2015, but one major mistake that speaks directly to this is this. I made the mistake that Black women that were very prominent in social media on the other side were willing to come in good faith and have a good faith debate. I was wrong. They're not interested in having a good faith debate. They're interested in only preaching to the choir. And what I had to learn was, if you want to have conversations, you have to find it with the Black women who want it. And I had a Black woman right in front of me all the time and didn't see it. And what was interesting as we started talking, having these conversations, what I found was that there was a lot of brothers in the black manosphere who were deeply invested in the idea that it was just, I just couldn't possibly have any type of woman that would be interested in me. There's a lot of brothers that are deeply invested in that idea. I don't know why, but they are, for whatever reason. And the other thing I learned is, and this is something that we're going to be challenging together, is I don't think that there's a lot of black men, and for that matter, black women. I'm thinking of the Lapeef Network. There's a brother in the chat room saying I don't want to get pushback from the guys on Lapeef. I'm trying to think of what kind of pushback they would give me, but nevertheless, I don't think that there are a lot of black men and black women online now that really want to get along with each other. I think a lot of black men and black women really want to kind of do what Bernard said. They kind of want to have a go at each other. And there is an entertainment value in that. There is, it does drive views.
You was Kevin Samuel's biggest cheerleader for debating women. Like, I mean, come on.
Well, I was his biggest cheerleader for a long time before that.
Right.
So you know, I was not.
You understand, like your career in life's work is built on countering. Well, I mean, at one point, your career in life's work was built on countering, refuting black female arguments.
It is today. I just got finished doing a podcast where I was responding to Ace Metaphor, and I just dismantled him with the facts. So I still do that to this day. This is the reason why this idea that me being a flip-flopper is ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. What it tells me is the guys who make that argument haven't been following me at all. They haven't read my work. I've got 12 years of articles, 2 books. I'm working on a 3rd. I got 6 books in various stages of production.
Right, I gotta go.
These people haven't paid attention to what I've said. That's what it proves to me. The guys who say the most about flip-flopping and this and that, they haven't paid a damn thing. They haven't paid attention to anything I've said in the past 7 years. They haven't paid attention.
You said yourself, you will move and tweak your message until you find something that works. You've kind of admitted that you're willing to sell out. Like so when you can't say, why are these people calling me a flip-flopper? I mean, in the process of doing that, yes, you flip-flopped on.
But who am I selling out if those people aren't funding me? See, we use these. Ed was close to something when he said, "This is the way black people talk." Let me tell you how black people talk. Black people use inference.
Direct is what I meant.
Black people use inference.
Oh yeah, well
they use inference a lot. They hear what you say and then they infer what you really mean. Right? Black people do that. Here's another thing that black people do. Black people have a fast and loose understanding of words. For example, in the minds of black folk, you're not a bachelor if you got a girlfriend. You got a girlfriend, then that means you're not a bachelor. You see what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you got a long-term girlfriend, I can understand why somebody makes that leap. Now, I'm not gonna fight over it because I get where you're coming from as well. Because you could make an argument pointing out George Clooney, a lot of Leonardo DiCaprio. They're always considered bachelors because it's either you're married or you're not. Don Cheadle had his black chick for 20 years before you. So I get where you're coming from, but I understand why other people say what they say as well. So, I mean, we get it. But at the end of the day, my point is we have this. It's almost like you want to run for president, not even the president of Manosphere, but you want to go a direction. You're going a direction. It's like the issue is if I just explain it to certain folks, right? Here's what's fucked up about a lot of people. And this is what's in this space.
Okay.
There's a lot of dudes that, let's say you go on a Lapeef, let's say you go on some of these shows, whether it's virtual, whatever, however you want to show up there, and then the conversations take off because some people are saying you having a conversation with Anton would be a good conversation, you know, and these things start getting viral, kind of like how Courtney got on, Obies and it went viral, right? Like she did a good numbers on his stuff, and or if you start talking to Zoom to
Hold on, real quick.
Thailand or whatever.
Insane one. Who was you talking about when you said they watch my show? Just answer that in the chat real fast. Sorry to interrupt you.
You have, and look, and by the way, I don't have a problem with Obi. The issue is some of Obi's points, because he's going where I've already been when it comes to that bullshit, and so that's it, with the let's talk to women, and to me, I think he absorbs a little bit too much of their bullshit, but whatever. And I also don't hold on, no, you ain't heard what I didn't heard, and I'm tired that I didn't know shit is really getting on my nerves with these chicks. That I didn't know.
You probably heard something I didn't hear. Every time I watch him, he is adequately asking the right question. No, you need to see
him when he's on other people's shit.
Okay.
Like when he was on Zoom. My point is, anyway, I'm not even going to go into that. But I don't have a personal issue with him. But you know how I am. I whether it's Kevin or whoever, I just stick to what it is. But going back to what you is, the sad part about it, Obsidian, is if you were to get on these shows and the shit start to blow up, all these niggas have got something to say, will all of a sudden not have nothing to say no more.
Of course.
A lot of them. Just like how with Kevin, a lot of people that didn't give a fuck about Kevin, all of a sudden gave a fuck about him. And when he passed, gave a fuck then when they was coming. It's like that. Like a lot of this shit is like BGS said, it's like herding cats. And cats can go anywhere which way you don't know. So this kind of long thing where you gotta explain yourself to the point where it's like being in the class and stuff. Like it's like you don't need it's like this is what it is, this is where we going. You either own it or you not. And if you like that is what it is.
I already said that. That's the reason why I don't need to do it.
But we do this long. It's like where it's like you want us to agree. It's almost like
you want us to agree with you. I never said that. I never asked you, do you agree with my position?
But it implies. All
right. Ed, you called it right. He was trying to walk us down the yellow brick road, and you looked ahead and saw where that yellow brick road ended. And you called it.
And I'm like, but my point is, if people, because a lot of people in this space have been called that, and they don't use that terminology. You know the type of terminology they use in our space: bitch ass nigga, fake ass nigga, fraudulent ass. You know how it is.
But I wasn't calling anybody fake or fraud.
No, I'm saying that's what some of the audience applies to some of the bigger.
I wasn't saying that the market is bad. I'm just simply saying let's find out what the market is, and I think we have enough information now to determine what the market is, what black men want, and I think that's neither right or wrong, neither good or bad. It's just the market.
And yes, it's not. And my thing is this: if black men, there's varieties of this. It's a spectrum. But if black men want to be on we're only one conversation away to creating black love. And I know you're not on that, but there's a lot of folks that are. Then them niggas can go to sleep and go on that train. I'm not mad at them.
Who that?
I don't think. Hold on, Ed. I don't think nobody think today one conversation with. I think even Obi is of the view that whatever his ministry, what he's working towards.
Why you keep thinking like you I'm bringing roommates. You got a whole bunch of people.
Oh, you talking about them? Oh,
my point is, it goes. Everybody. He says Obi's just a recent person to start getting some traction, so people are critiquing him. But if you're talking
about the real actual pandering simps, then
the roommates are not even the worst. Like there's degrees. Even them, I wouldn't even call them that actually. But I will say there's limits to where they would go. There's lines they're not going to cross. So like,
give me an example of a line a red line they won't cross. I'm just curious.
Like they won't. What they'll typically do is they'll say like Jordan Peterson said, this. Because they're too scared to say it because they don't want somebody to kind of pull what Brittany Renner did on Fresh and Fit, which is, are you going to say that really to my face? They won't say, or I'll give you an example.
Okay, yeah.
What Corey Holcomb said, where a 41-year-old Kendra G said she wanted a man with no kids, and Corey said, "You too old to hope for that." Or like what Kevin said when Kevin said, "You froze your eggs." There's things roommates are not gonna say, even if it's logical, because that's gonna break their audience. So if anything, that they'll go and somebody else said this. What are your thoughts? And I don't completely begrudge them for that at all. But my point is, they're not gonna keep it all the way 100. And that's one thing that made Kevin special was Kevin was able to do that and still get money off of it. And most of them ain't broke that ground. Who else? Like when you look at Nate the Billions. Don't even get me started on them niggas. Like them niggas, they throw other black men under us. My point is, nobody is in this absolute thing. And by the way, Jackie asked, what is purple pill? Purple pill is the acknowledgement of red pill truths, but you still gonna have a relationship anyway, up until including marriage, because at the end of the day, you think you that nigga and you somehow operate outside of it. And so, like, you could argue, some people argue Rollo Tomasi is actually purple pill for that very reason. So it's a spectrum.
Hold on, but it's see, now you just explained purple pill as I didn't understand it. Does that mean strictly being in a, like, if you're in a relationship, you're
No, it's
pill?
not necessarily defined, but what you find with purple pill folks is they don't disagree with what we say, but they still say, what about black love? Or they're,
Well,
you only
okay,
gotta find one woman.
I defined it as, or I understood it as, is that they are red pill aware, like they know better, but they ignore the fuck out of everything. They'll even deny it. Like the blue pill person is somebody who genuinely
Doesn't know. They're
genuinely doesn't know. They're completely ignorant. They think women are made of sugar and spice and everything nice. The red pill, I mean the purple pill person, he knows they're not made of sugar and spice and everything nice, but he's going to proceed forward without his guard up anyway. Like that,
there's degrees to that, but yeah, that's true too.
Yeah,
but and then how it
at
shows up in a relationship is how I just said it.
Yeah, that's why I always define it as a man could be red pill in a relationship, long as he's running that relationship and he in control and she's bending to his will and he ain't bending to hers.
Black pill, that because what's called talked about what black pill is. 95% of folks are not black pill. Folks that claim to be black pill are really red pill. Black pill has been turned into the new. So there's a marketing way about it. Like for instance, Clarence say take the man pill, which is purple pill. Folks are typically gonna say alpha your way through shit. You know, they gonna say, even though it's bad, it ain't so bad. They'll be like how black people talk about racism may still exist, but it's nowhere near like it used to be. Now that's still technically true.
Okay, so let me
it's degrees.
So let me this is from the
real quick. Hakeem, thank you for that super chat. I do appreciate that. He says,
anyway, and I gotta bounce out, so I appreciate y'all.
Good man. Ed, I'm leaving when you leave. He said, but Hakeem says, Bernard, you're a good man. Thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate that. Also, thank you for that super chat. You're taking shots at man. I don't know if you want to respond to that, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
Yeah. He says that he not only do I argue like a woman, but that I argue like a homosexual. And I asked.
I didn't. Hold on, wait. I didn't even see that part. I knew he was taking shots. I skimmed it. Yeah, I don't do somebody cut on real quick. I don't care if somebody, y'all can make it. Listen, I've made some harsh critiques of Obsidian today. I don't care about harsh critiques. Oh, he didn't put that in the super chat. Did you argue like a homosexual?
And my response to that is simply to say that I have no idea how homosexual guys argue, so you know a lot more about it than me, bro.
Yeah.
I will say this just really quickly. I went while you guys was talking about the purple pill because I heard Edward talk about this before and it was never clear. So I went to the Urban Dictionary. They say that they have a phrase called a purple pilled power bottom. Okay. I just posted a link in the chat room. A guy pretending to be dominant and claiming to be red pilled while being totally submissive to other people's opinions, especially women and the trending social dynamic. He constantly supplies his bro with stories where he totally put that girl in her place or how bad he gave it to her to show them how alpha he is. Meanwhile, he never misses a chance to give female validation or pussy points, but ends up undermining himself and comes off as a goof to anyone with a shred of common sense. Generally, he's a follower and doesn't try to scale up the social hierarchy since he lacks the charisma and the confidence to do so, but is great at hiding these facts. He lives as a simple-minded sheep individual, easily swayed by mob mentality whenever he thinks it will give him social.
I'm out.
I'm
out. I don't know what purple pill is, and I just figured out while you were reading that I don't give a fuck what purple pill is. I'm done.
Yeah, so I don't know why they keep using it. I don't know what it means.
Well, no. I mean, if that's the definition, then I think it has little to no meaning. Yeah. I understood it as I had my way of understanding it, and but now I don't even give a damn. All right, whatever. Is like people saying in the chat, too many pills. I think whoever's saying just somebody said take the man pill or just be a man or man like
the man.
I mean that's
really? The man.
I mean, at this point, it's just people. It's just your own. It's different. It's branding at this point.
Right.
I don't do the pills. I just have the mindset of a man. Something like it's okay. Right. But then say all the same shit that people that call themselves red pills say. I mean, a lot of people dance around and skate around. I think we all generally saying the same shit. They're just calling it different stuff, and people argue over the terms. But
so it seems to me, in closing, Bernard, it seems to me that, and it is interesting, this dynamic with me and Miss Brown Sugar. So it seems to me that the Black manosphere does seem to have a two, and you characterized it right. It seems that they tend to have two major views of dealings with Black women. It's either contentious, for the most part. It's either contentious or it's pandering.
No, that is incorrect. Those were the two that I used. I didn't say those were the only two. Going forward, when you quote me on this, do not say that Bernard, because you always, whenever you quote me, I always be like, nope, he didn't get it right. So I just want to make my position clear. There are many ways to have discussions with women. When it comes to my show, I think shows are most entertaining when there's debate. We talk about women.
Yeah, it's a degree of contention.
We talk about women. We criticize women.
Yeah,
we pick apart their arguments.
Yes, it's contentious.
I heard you the first 4 times. We pick apart their arguments. I think it's nice if they come up and they disagree, and we have a conversation, a back and forth conversation, and get more down to the bottom of it.
Right.
And also there are men who, like, you review Ace Metaphor, who pander and simp and all of that stuff.
Right.
That happens. Then there's also conversations that I have all the time with Jackie and Brenda. Make sure you include the third option when you misquote me. That I also have a lot of good conversations on the air with Jackie, Brenda, and Jada, where we agree and have good, fun, fruitful conversations, high five, have a good time, and go our separate ways.
Okay.
So those conversations are permissible as well. So
okay, so where else in the Black manosphere does it happen? It happens here. We got that. Fair enough. Where else does that happen? Because see, over at the Lapeef Network, my observation of them is that it's highly contentious.
It's a little bit of both. So when they agree, they agree. When they disagree, they disagree. That's typically how conversations goes. That's typical battle of the sexes. Men, there's men and women think different a lot. They tend to disagree a lot, and they have a lot of debates. So I mean, I don't see an issue here. I understand that you want to be. I already know. I've observed you enough to where that statement that I made when I didn't say those were the only 2 options.
Okay,
but I did give 2 options.
Acknowledging you.
You're going to build a whole series on that. And
no, actually, I'm not.
Think you're either yelling at a woman or you're pandering to a woman.
Actually, I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to understand where the lay of the land is. So okay,
go Obsidian. Just go lay your own land. That's where I'm at with it. Just lay your own land.
But where is this coming from?
Where's what coming from?
You're saying that I'm there. You and Edward seem to think that I'm trying to get at something. I'm just curious, man. I just like to be curious, just to ask questions. That's what I like to do. I'm very curious. I just like to ask questions for their own sake, to no particular end. Just curious. That's it.
Okay. All right. Great bit in the building. He said, appreciate the conversation, gentlemen. I do appreciate you. Thank you for coming on through. Thank you for everybody who have supported the stream. I think, I've ran out of spit. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'm getting the hell out of here. We are out of here. Peace, y'all. Thanks. We gone.
Peace.